So here we go. Yes, well, Kala art, as I learned today, and not as we Germans would say, art, is an interdisciplinarian, and she has worked across the globe with edtech startups, publishers, educators, and academia, as well as policymakers. I came across Carla, or rather, we came across each other at something called the What Works conference in London. And I think after that, when I contacted her, we sort of discovered that we had often crossed paths, but we'd never actually met. So I'm really glad that Carla is here to kick us off with her first presentation. Carla, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Helga, and thank you, Klaus. It's wonderful to be here. It would have been nice to be with you in person, but you know, at least we can connect. As Helga mentioned, I'm an interdisciplinarian. I founded a small online community called Refracted, and which brings the kind of silos from education together in one space and can be joined by anyone who would like to join it. It goes from learning sciences to VR, to play, to games, to policy, to higher education, a plethora of topics in the community. But at the moment, I'm actually back in the publishing industry myself for a while. I'm working as Director of Digital Change at Hodder Education in the UK. So it's nice to be back into a kind of publishing environment for a little bit. My talk today is actually focusing on sort of teaching and learning and new models of doing that. And the reason why I chose this topic and why I chose to talk about an act of co-creation is because I sort of feel that teaching and learning is, you know, we're still sort of looking at a model that, you know, look at the picture. Here's a teacher in the Prussian model of education, rather severe woman, it has to be said, standing at the front of the, in front of the blackboard, looking at the classroom to make sure that the kids are paying attention. So if we then sort of look at what this means, you know, what the Prussian model was doing for us, or for the people at the time, there was a need for that model because it needed to kind of serve the needs of the industrial revolution that was taking place at that time. It needed to serve the needs of standardization for a workforce and of a workforce that could work in very standardized environments. And of course, needless to say that in those days, the obedience and in the classroom and sort of disseminating prescribed knowledge was de rigueur. So what does that mean? You know, if we look at the classroom now, what do we see? I wonder if the model has actually changed that much. And that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit today. We then go into a period of, you know, online learning and edtech in the classroom, and look what's happening. Is the model really changing? You know, rather than having the teacher at the front of the classroom, here we see pictures of the teacher at the in front of the screen, talking to lots of students, instructing their pupils. But it's still very much front of the classroom. And although we all seem to think that tech will bring innovation, to me, it hasn't really done so yet. Of course, you know, we can't ignore the COVID situation, which probably hasn't helped education that much. We know that. And it certainly, where and when the technology could be introduced, has actually made us go back to these models, because that's what the technology allowed us to do most easily. Needless to say that lots of kids and teachers didn't have access to even that technology to do that, and therefore, you know, lots of kids went without education, or at least access to education. But I'm sort of trying to take this talk into sort of a bit of a technology space, because that's, you know, what I tend to work in. So just to sum up my kind of sort of hypothesis is that education hasn't really changed that much, even if we think it has. Because what do we still do in education systems? We're still totally obsessed with curriculum and knowledge instruction and knowledge acquisition as the prerequisite for learning. So, you know, as long as the kids learn the curriculum, as long as they do well on the test, you know, that sort of seems to be the model that's applied in most educational systems, especially systems where, you know, that are totally governed by policy. These systems don't necessarily instill a lot of critical thinking, problem-solving skills, or encourage learner agency and self-regulation. What I mean by self-regulation is actually the ability for a learner to kind of build learning strategies, understanding how learning works and how that applies to them, and then sort of, you know, developing their own learning strategies. Exams, they feature in the news quite regularly. Tests, you know, it's what we do, but we're not really necessarily building on kind of previously acquired skills and knowledge, i.e., you know, we can only really learn effectively if we construct learning and use previously kind of acquired building blocks to do that. And that is not just relating to knowledge itself, that also applies to skills, that applies to kind of relationships, that applies to the social context in the classroom. And I think as publishers, and I'll probably be a bit controversial now, but as publishers, we do have a bit of a moral obligation to kind of start looking at that, because, you know, our models typically focus on, you know, the curriculum for very, very good reasons. But, you know, we kind of work in a fairly organized and prescriptive jacket, if you like. And my argument is that, you know, we also need to kind of maybe change our thinking, but also the thinking needs to change around the relationship teacher-learner. So currently it's all about, you know, kids, what have you really learned? And teacher, what have you really instructed the kids to learn? Whereas, wouldn't it be far more sensitive, given that we live in a very different world to the one that, you know, the Prussian model sort of started in, that we start looking at how we learn, why we're learning certain things, and also be much more able at applying our learning to a variety of disciplines and bringing different disciplines into our learning. Because one thing is for certain, learning will not stop when we leave school or university. We will have to be lifelong learners and be able to kind of be very, very versatile in our learning as we move through our careers and through life. And that is the skill set that we don't necessarily give, you know, younger learners now to be able to navigate that. And that relies very heavily on, you know, the learner-teacher relationship. So typically the teacher is still someone who instructs, who's in many models still stands at the front of the classroom. Even in flipped classroom models, there's still quite a lot of, you know, standing in front of the classroom and instruction. And of course, to a certain level, kids need instruction. I'm not saying, you know, a teacher should never be instructing the kids and there should not be an instruction of knowledge and concepts. What I'm trying to say here, that I think there is an opportunity and a need, more importantly, to move to models where, you know, it moves from instruction and I'm the teacher and I'm going to tell you how something works. I'm going to explain a concept to you and you're going to listen to what I'm telling you, rather than becoming a model where you are a teacher. But you know what? I'm actually learning with you. I'm learning with the kids I'm teaching. Because as a teacher, you never stop learning yourself, and you shouldn't do. But that act of learning itself becomes much more shared, rather than the kind of divide between the teacher and the kids. The kind of learning act becomes a moment of sharing and far deeper social engagement. So I kind of call that co-creation of learning. where, because learning is also a creative process, it's not just an absorbing process. You do need to kind of work things out. You do need to kind of put two and two together, and we do that in different ways, as you know, people do that in a very personal way. So what I'm trying to say here is that, you know, the classroom, rather than becoming a space for instruction, actually becomes a space for co-creation of learning, where the teacher is much more closely involved with the learners. You know, it is, as the picture highlights, it is much more of a shared experience and a learning together, rather than an instruction and the kids absorb the instruction. So this obviously requires pedagogical approaches in which that co-learning can happen. Now, there's a professor in Cambridge, Professor Wegerif, who talks a lot about dialogic in education. And that's, I think, for me, the sort of the foundation stone of a model where that co-creation and co-learning can happen, in terms of establishing far more of a dialogue with your learners in the classroom as a teacher. And so the dialogue enters far more into the whole learning process. And for me, Professor Wegerif calls it dialogic. I kind of tend to call it co-creation. But, you know, the principles are very, very similar, and if not the same. What is also important in that co-creative process and between teacher and learner is that, again, you know, when we look at the instructional models, they are very sort of, we teach a full classroom and we teach the same kids, the same things to every child. Here, there is room for kind of maybe personalizing that learning a little bit more. And I'm not talking about, you know, very big technology systems, but actually where a teacher, because of the relationship and that co-creative process that the teacher engages with the kids on a group and a more individual basis, the teacher is also then much more better equipped to deal with the kind of interventions that the kids in the class as a group or as individual would need. And it does change the kind of the role of the teacher to some extent, in terms of becoming more of a mentor, or some people would use the word coach. I'm not so much in favor of the word coach. For me, it sounds a little bit too corporate and too, you know, sort of a bit transactional relationship, whereas a mentorship is a kind of ongoing relationship that you establish with those children in the classroom. And to some extent, you know, the teacher becomes the mentor for their learnings, but because they're learning together, the teacher also learns from the kids. And there may be even occasions where the model flips and where the kids mentor a teacher. And in models like this, it also kind of provides more opportunity for peers to learn from each other. Now, we know from learning science, for instance, that actually, you know, we tend to kind of look at, okay, let's put all the clever kids together and let's put the kids who are struggling together in groups if we do group work, because the clever kids may get very bored and the kids who struggle may, you know, get demotivated by the clever kids. Now, that's not the way to look at this, because all research actually highlights that if you put children of mixed abilities together in groups, they actually learn far more, and both what we consider to be the smart kids, or the you know, the kids who get it quicker, versus the kids who might be struggling a little bit more, both parties will actually learn more and improve their learning. And in many cases, the kids who are deemed to be smarter at it learn even more, because what happens in that process is actually those kids tend to try and explain how things work to their peers. And through going through that explanation process and through sharing their sort of understanding with their peers, they actually reinforce what they've learned. So a dialogue between kids and between peers, you know, and I'm typically looking at the kind of school context here, but there's no reason why that couldn't happen at college or higher education level. But that whole dialogue as part of the learning process and the co-creation of that learning process amongst peers really, really reinforces and helps learning. And ultimately, what we're then trying to look at is, you know, we're not just looking at models where we teach kids knowledge, but we're looking at making connections, at interdisciplinarity, at developing competencies, social skills, being able to kind of explain things to one another, being able to share knowledge, being able to share what you've learned. And the teacher is the guide and helps kids develop their own compass, if you like, in collaboration with their peers. That is the kind of classroom that I would like to see. So, oops, sorry, something's gone wrong here with my slides. I beg your pardon. So, of course, we live in a digital era, and my work takes me there all the time. And we also live in an era where, you know, we have a new kind of relationship, which is human-machine. It started with the internet, and now, of course, we are also looking at human-machine relationships that are driven by machine learning and artificial intelligence. And that brings a lot of anxiety into schools and into, you know, the classroom. Teachers find it very difficult to kind of grasp. Publishers are anxious about it, because, you know, these kind of relationships and the power of the machine, the power of the internet, by the way, which knows far more than any of us do, and just knowledge acquisition in that context becomes a little bit silly as the prime focus for education, because Google knows far more than, and can get knowledge far quicker to us than we can do ourselves. Again, I'm not advocating that we don't teach knowledge at all. We do need knowledge. I'm not one of those people who thinks knowledge is a stupid thing. We do need those knowledge building blocks, but we need to do more with the knowledge and the building blocks, and actually focus on how we build our knowledge blocks rather than the knowledge blocks themselves. So the human-machine relationship is already entering the classroom in some cases, especially if you look at some Asian schools. And is likely to enter that classroom even more. But I think it's worth kind of taking a little step back and looking at what that relationship could look like, because it is actually potentially a really profoundly positive relationship that can be created here. Not in terms of replacing the teacher, absolutely not. The teacher is critical. The teacher is critical in the act of learning. The teacher is critical in the act of co-creation of that learning. That human-machine relationship can never replace that. You know, the machine is good at certain tasks. The machine is really good at helping teacher do the mundane task. Why should a teacher spend hours and hours trawling through kind of tests that a machine can auto-mark? Why should teachers spend most of their time on school admin that actually a machine can do much faster and much more effectively, potentially, than they can? We should let teachers focus on teaching and be with the learners, and you know, spend their time doing what they've chosen to do, rather than being mired by admin and sort of the mundane tasks of teaching. And if we can take those out, because we are introducing a human-machine relationship in the classroom, that's pretty cool. Let me just give you an example. There's this new kind of company that has developed a rather wonderful tool, like a teacher's assistant, that is running on machine learning and uses voice recognition and natural language processing. It's pretty sophisticated. The teacher assistant is called Merlin. Now, what does Merlin do? And Merlin, in this case, is not really a magician, although it may seem so to the kids when they first meet Merlin. Merlin really helps the teacher. And what the teacher can do with Merlin is instruct Merlin to call up a resource, to, on the whiteboard, for instance, say, Merlin, I need page 84 in this book. Merlin will display page 84 in a particular textbook. Or the teacher could say, Merlin, go to YouTube, get me that video with this title, or get me a video on X. Obviously, you'd want the teacher to have curated the video on YouTube that they wanted to display. Merlin could get that video for the teacher. The teacher doesn't have to kind of go and sit in front of the screen to find all that information, losing contact with the kids in the classroom. So all that is kind of passed on to Merlin. That actually makes the task of a teacher much more effective in terms of how they can relate and focus on the classroom. Because the minute the teacher has to look at a screen, that contact between the teacher and the student is broken. It can be very, very short, but it's very, especially for younger teachers who just qualify and enter the profession, actually having to kind of look at the screen whilst you've got a classroom full of kids chatting away is a really hard thing for them to master and still manage their classroom. So Merlin can help them do that much more effectively, all based on voice recognition of the teacher. So, and the clever thing is that, you know, Merlin knows when a kid is asking Merlin to do something, because it's really tuned into the teacher's voice and only to one voice or a number of designated voices that have been that Merlin knows about. That brings an augmentation of teaching, allows a teacher to be augmented by technology, not kind of be retrofitted by technology or, you know, be replaced by technology, but actually be augmented by pretty smart technology. And these are the trends that are sort of coming to us, you know, by technology companies. And I think the time has really come, you know, given that we're sort of in the publishing industry, that we need to start kind of considering those. And that also that we are looking as publishers at how can we aid kids and teachers develop digital critical thinking skills. And this is not just about, you know, oh, what do we have to be careful about on Twitter? What do we, you know, how do we safeguard the kids? This is much deeper than that. It is actually talking about, you know, if we use a digital device, what does that actually mean? What happens to our data? How do we interact with that device? You know, what does kind of a digital connected world mean? What does that mean in terms of being able to engage with other cultures, citizenship, all those kind of aspects of life and a global world that are now sort of amplified in the digital space. Yet we don't really have a subject that's called digital critical thinking. We talk about, you know, safeguarding and, you know, how to navigate the digital world, but we don't inject it with the critical thinking skills that we'd like kids to develop and that kids will need to develop to navigate the world. So, you know, the digital revolution is here to stay. You know, Mr. Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, coined it, you know, the fourth industrial revolution, where the relationship AI and humanity is going to profoundly change how the world works and how we as human beings operate as well. But, you know, again, it's kind of divorced from the reality of the classroom. And, you know, when I look at bringing technology into the classroom, I don't look at how can we digitize, you know, our textbooks? How can we, you know, bring digital resources into the classroom? It's much more profound than that. It really needs to be around, you know, how can we augment learning and teaching by introducing these technologies. I think to date, a lot of teachers and educators have struggled, and the impact of technology has not been very positive, because we've tried to retrofit the technology into how we've been doing things in a non-technological classroom. Yet we all know that technology is transformative, and is, when it works well, it is transformative. In education, it hasn't done that yet, because we're still harking back to the old models. We still don't introduce digital pedagogies. We still don't introduce digital thinking into the classroom to the extent that we need to do that. We talk a lot about personalized learning, quite rightly, but we also talk about personalized learning from a very kind of traditional perspective. We don't bring the learner voice into that discussion. We just look at how we teach and what we need to teach and what kids need to learn, but we don't bring their voice into this discussion. And I believe that in sort of developing these co-creative learning approaches, and where the digital technology can really play a very, very positive and augmentative part, that we will kind of bring the learner voice much more into the discussion, and create learners who have far more agency and will be far better equipped to navigate the world that ultimately they will have to live in, and a world in which they have to solve incredible challenges that COVID, in relation to the challenges that they may have to solve, is probably quite small. So yet we're not equipping the kids to do that. And that's, I feel, where also as publishers, we have to have that moral duty to contribute to equipping them. So I've kind of gone through my talk quite quickly, I think. But what I'm trying to say is, rather than models where we use technology to advocate personalized and adaptive learning to an extent that it all becomes about the individual learner. We live in an era where we've got iPods, iPhones, iPads, and everything is and we want personalized learning to serve the needs of every individual learner. Absolutely right. But what we seem to be forgetting now is that actually learning is a we. Learning is something that we do in a social construct. Learning is something that happens, quite often by osmosis. We talk constantly now, because of COVID, about learning loss. Nobody's actually looking at, maybe kids have learned something even when they weren't at school. And okay, we've got learning loss and curriculum loss, and kids are behind, and especially kids from less privileged backgrounds are incredibly behind, and even more so the little ones, because their developmental stages have been really impeded by the pandemic. But what we really need to focus on is okay, we have this learning loss, we have all this personalized learning, but actually how can we address the we learn, because it will actually help with potentially with catching up on that learning loss. It's the word that I really didn't want to use, but I have used it anyway, because it is on everybody's mind in education. How do we deal with what's happened, and how do we get kids back to where we believe they need to be? For me, it's teacher-learner dialogue, teacher-learner co-creation. Pedagogy has to sit at the heart of this. The relevant pedagogy has to sit at the heart of this. The teachers also need time for that, their own personal development, to deal with, what digital is throwing at them. We need the appropriate pedagogies to support that. Augmented by learner-centric and user-centric edtech, not sort of replaced by or not retrofitted education through edtech, but actually really striving for that augmentation. Looking and being informed that what we know about how we learn. So learning science is quite important in this. You know, how can we kind of learn more effectively? Very often kids will continue to read and read and read, or highlight and highlight and highlight. And we know that doesn't help learning. It's instilling the kind of sense in children as to how they can build their own learning strategies. And that's where that kind of dialogue with the teacher is becoming so important, from moving from pure instruction to dialogue and co-creation. And bringing experience and application into that co-creation process. That's sort of where I'm coming from in this, and that's what I wanted to share with you today. And I would love, to hear from you if you have any questions.
Oh, thank you very much, Carla. That was really inspiring. And I'm really sorry that Murdo is going to be on the panel later, couldn't join us for this session because he's still teaching, as you know.
Yes.
But I would have liked to ask him at this point, actually, what his experience is in teacher instruct to teacher learns, because I sort of, when we discussed this conference, we were discussing how how his teaching was changing, and he sort of said something like, learning together with the students became, and then the students becoming the sort of teachers or the provider of knowledge, and then they are all working together. So that would have been interesting. So I hope that we'll get some questions in the chat for you. And in the meantime, I have a request, because I think people might want to follow this up a little bit, and they will have your presentation on video. But could you just type in the chat briefly, because I missed it, the name of the professor in Cambridge, so people...
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. So he's called Professor Rupert Wegerith. And he's at the Faculty of Education at Cambridge University. He used to be at Exeter University. Okay. He comes to education, I believe originally he was a philosopher. So he has got that approach, and his book is called Dialogic. He has also set up a new center at Cambridge University called DEFI, which is the Digital Education's Futures Initiative. So what's very interesting about Rupert's work is that he does look at that kind of whole digital era in terms of bringing that into the classroom in that dialogic and a dialogue-driven concept. And what he's doing with the center now is sort of looking at, the digital age, what that means for pedagogy, and what that means for sort of learning and teacher-student relationships in this era of digital evolution that's going very, very fast, and where the relationship human-machine is also bound to change. So that's kind of where this center is also going. One of the projects they did was about virtual internships, because obviously during COVID, a lot of kids couldn't get their internships. So they looked at a virtual internship program and did some research around that. So the center is also very much research driven, as well as obviously engagement with teachers and practitioners and technology companies. So I'll type in the DEFI.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Claire, I switched your microphone off earlier because you had it on, so I switched it off. You have to switch it back on again if you want to say something. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Actually, I have a question, Carla. It sounds like you think that the schools and the teachers need to step up. What do you think about the publishers?
Oh gosh, I might make myself. Yes, absolutely, and I think I have seen, because step up for some teachers maybe, what have we done wrong? I have seen teachers do the most amazing things during COVID and also outside of COVID, obviously, and so I certainly believe that the kind of profession is often very vilified and not appreciated enough. Too many people see school still as babysitting and a learning factory, whereas, you know, that relationship with the teacher is profound in the kids' lives. You know, we all remember our good teachers, and we may have even a special teacher that we remember. I remember 3 special teachers. I was obviously very lucky. I also remember quite a few not so good teachers, I have to say. So I really wanted to sort of contextualize stepping up a little bit, because, you know, a lot of teachers have gone way beyond. But there is a stepping up that needs to happen in terms of, you know, the age in which we live. In terms of the publishers, I do think, and I'm probably about to make myself incredibly unpopular, that we do need to step up. We really do need to step up. But, you know, we're also very often constrained by what the education system demands of publishers to do. But I think there is room to try and be a bit more adventurous at times. And also, what we typically don't do in publishing is experiment. So we kind of go from, okay, we've got the spec for a textbook, we're going to publish the textbook, or, you know, the kind of digital resources, and we go the full hog, and that's it, you know, from beginning to end. We don't sort of experiment enough, or we don't really assess what impact we're making enough as a publisher, because ultimately what you want to achieve is that you make a positive impact on the learner and a teacher, and that what you're providing them helps that kind of co-creation and that navigation of, you know, building that compass. And that, I think, is where we don't connect enough to what is happening. And also, I think we still try to solve our problems as publishers or of publishers, rather than the problems that, you know, especially when it comes to technology, that's what I find. It's like we're trying to solve our business models, our problems, the way we do things. No. We have to solve somebody else's problem. And that's, I think, where publishers need to step up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I love it when people sort of think outside our box, you know, our publishing box, because, as you know, there are all these restraints, but if we only look at the restraints, like books have to be approved, or materials have to be approved, we can't sell directly, and things like that, then all those obstacles are there. But if we don't look at them, and if we don't sort of face them, even if we think they're very high at the moment, then I think we'll never get across the hurdles.
Exactly, I agree with you. And of course the constraints are significant. Nobody's going to deny that, and it's also important that people understand that. But I do think, you know, the mindset where we start looking as publishers at actually what is the real problem we're trying to solve, you know, that's what usually the kind of good edtech entrepreneurs, they start with, you know, that centricity of their end user, whether that's the teacher or the learner, or, you know, it could be another proposition, but that's the problem you're trying to solve. So you kind of look for a problem or a challenge or a context in which you're trying to kind of make that impact. And that's not just about delivering the textbook, allowing teachers to teach and kids to learn from that textbook. It's actually beyond that. It's like, how is what I'm doing making that impact that really kind of takes the teacher and a kid a step further? And I think as publishers, we really need to start thinking more about that, especially if we're engaging in technology, because then it becomes sort of even more important to do that, because, you know, you start interacting, you start, you know, doing a lot of things on screen. The result of that interaction has to be meaningful, has to help that construction of learning, or help the kind of teacher concept to the students. So there's a lot of work that we as publishers, I think, have to do, where we've also, you know, most of us who enter in education publishing enter because we also believe in education and in the values of education, and in the values that we as publishers want to bring to education. I just think now the time has come to take that a step further. So, Klaas, yes, I think we really need to step up.
very often we're quite hesitant of showing the teachers how to teach, because that's not our job.
No, that's absolutely. But
I think we shouldn't tell them how to do it.
No.
But very often our published books, they're more like buffets, where with a lot of different task types, so that the individual teacher can pick and choose.
Yes.
For his or her purpose. So that at least that's one way of dealing with this.
Yes. Yeah. No, and I don't disagree with that at all. But you know, and this is not necessarily to do with publishers, but one thing I've sort of talked about a few times as well is that, you know, we keep teachers in the classroom all the time. You know, teachers do their development with other teachers. You know, they go to a teaching college, or they, you know, teachers conference. We keep them in the classroom, yet we expect them to teach our kids about the world outside of the classroom, and teachers are never allowed out. So for me, you know, it's also about bringing that kind of aspect of the outside world that we as publishers can also do, but also making sure that, for instance, we give teachers an opportunity to come and do an internship with us as part of their professional development. How does a publishing organization work? How can I tell my kids how a publishing organization works? I would like to see that happen across, you know, different strands of society, and from NGOs to theatre companies, to where teachers can spend a week a year or 3 days a year as part of their teacher development, getting exposure to the outside world. And I think as publishers, we could even start doing that and inviting them in.
Yeah, that sounds good. Carla, we actually have a question here from Simona from Italy. You mentioned removing mundane tasks from teaching through technology. Is there any additional example you can think of apart from Merlin?
Yes. Oops, sorry, I had my timer on. There are a few actually. There's a lot of work happening around essay marking and marking of assessment. Obviously, multiple choice, that's easy. But for instance, if you do maths tests and you want to kind of get a sense of how the kids are going through the workings in the maths, that has been and has proven quite difficult to do really well with auto marking. There are now a couple of startups who are looking at how can we auto mark maths with more depth, so that the teacher would still have to check some of that marking, but wouldn't have to check all of it. So, for instance, some of these startups have already done some trials. And again, it's a very early example that I'm talking about here, but it is coming. And they've already proven that they can reduce the kind of time a teacher spends on marking maths questions by 75 to 80%. Wow. That's massive, you know, and the teacher can then really focus on the questions where they can see that the student is struggling, and then scaffold their intervention with those students who are struggling with a particular question, because, you know, they haven't had to kind of go, oh my god, I've got 4 hours to mark and I've got 40 papers to mark. They can now actually focus in, and where the kind of technology highlights, you know, this is something you need to look at, because this is something, you know, I don't understand as a system either. I want you to look at it. That's really augmentative for a teacher. Takes a lot of time out of teaching. There's also a company in the UK, I've forgotten its name now, I'm sorry, that looks at English essay marking, where it's a hybrid model between, you know, the teacher still does some of the marking, but it goes through the kind of the technology first, and then the teacher picks up the rest. So so those are kind of time-saving devices, and taking some of that mundane out of essay marking. I'm not saying that applies to every essay, because there might well be essays, you know, where you're looking more at critical thinking skills that you'd still need to mark as a teacher. But those would be the essays that I'm sure you would be quite interested in marking yourself. So those are a couple of examples. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carla. we don't have any more questions at the moment, and I think we are where we wanted to be time-wise, but also I think we are where we wanted to be information-wise, because that was really, really interesting. And we will put it on our website, this recording, and maybe you would also like to type your email in the chat if you
yes,
like
of course, and I'll type
the
the network, the community in as well, because anybody can join it. It's very small, but you know, there's lots in it, and you. So the community is called Refracted, and that's refractedmm.co, and then my email address is carla@learningrefracted.com, and I'm also on LinkedIn, so everybody should be able to find me on LinkedIn.
Great.
And of course, if people have got further questions, I'd be more than happy to connect with them. Yeah.
Well,
and I will send you my slides, Helga, so
yeah,
you can share them with the conference.
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And, it's been my pleasure. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Yeah.
And we now have exactly an 8-minute break. When Claire's announced it earlier, I thought, well, coffee break 10 minutes is a bit short, but now we have 8. So, and then Christian has already joined us, and at 2 o'clock, we shall continue. Thank you so much.
Power the individual learners' self-governed activities. Some of you maybe heard Christian's presentation at the pre-conference last year. It was so inspiring, I think, that we simply would like to hear more from you, Christian. So please, the screen is yours.
Thanks, Claes. And yes, this is kind of the sequel then, we can say, to my pre-conference presentation that had a focus on digital literacy. And the presentation today will focus on digital learning spaces, and then I will connect those learning spaces to digital literacy. So in that sense, if you saw the presentation last year, then there is kind of a continuation, but it's no problem if you haven't heard the presentation from last year, or if you don't remember it. But thank you very much for inviting me back to another session. And yes, the focus area is digital learning spaces, and then also connect that to digital literacy. So the aim of my talk is to present to you 4 different kinds of learning spaces that kind of point towards 4 different ways of looking at how to design learning spaces. And I think there's a point in if schools are working with digital learning spaces, also at the same time to look at that these learning spaces, the use of technology that we use in these digital learning spaces, also kind of teach the students, and they require the students or pupils to have certain digital literacies. So I think it's a good idea to begin to think about these 2 different aspects, but do that at the same time. So that would kind of be what my main argument, to look both at digital learning spaces and digital literacy at the same time. So the main question is, what are digital learning spaces? This is a question that I'm interested in, and I've been interested in this question for many years, and I think the answer is not easy, it's not trivial to answer that question. So my approach today would be to take the student perspective. So they are not digital teaching spaces necessarily. And I think that there could be a difference there already. So I'm looking at what is a learning space for the student. What tools do they use? How do they study? How do they go through their education? And with a focus on the digital aspect, what kind of tools do they use in their learning space or learning environment? So it's important to say that I take the student perspective, but also to be aware as teachers and developers, how can we accommodate and support students' learning spaces? And one of the backgrounds for looking at digital learning spaces is a study I did with 3 colleagues a few years back, where we asked a number of students to draw their personal learning environments. And what we found were, we asked a little bit more than 100, and I guess we got a little bit more than 100 different personal learning environments from the students. So what we found in this study was that there was a complexity in the ways that students use technologies, resources, communicative tools, etc., all kinds of technologies. So one thing was the complexity of the differences, but also the complexity of each of the individual students' learning environments or learning spaces. So as you can see, and I'm not going to go through these, but students use a lot of different resources, tools in their education. So this is kind of the motivation for trying to develop a model of 4 learning spaces. And I've done this together with my colleague in Aalborg, also in Denmark, Thomas Ryberg. So the things I'm presenting is a collaboration with Thomas. But what we aim for in this model of 4 learning spaces is to highlight the unique capabilities of technologies for learning. That's one thing. So we've tried to propose these 4 different learning spaces with each their strengths and each their potentials within education. So we think of it as that is our idea. It's a tool for teachers, developers to think about, where am I positioned when I develop resources, tools, etc. for students. And we have this, as Claes also mentioned, we have an interest in the student-centered focus, enhancing students' self-driven activities. So we are, to a large extent, focusing on how to enable students to do more in these learning spaces. So here they come, the 4 learning spaces. The individual learning space, makes sense. The working group. Then we have what we call community of interest. And the last one we call open connections. So in a second, I will present each of these 4 learning spaces and talk to you about what the differences are in these learning spaces. And they should not be seen as, separate. So they can intermingle. It's not that we go into one learning space and then we leave that space and go into the other. They will intermingle with each other. So that's an important point. But they could help, teachers, developers to possibly be aware of, what am I focusing on right now? Is it one learning space or the other? Because there are different requirements to each of these learning spaces. So what I will also do, it will not be the focus, but I'll just connect to digital literacies. And this is the model I presented in the pre-conference talk. So it's a model of different kinds of digital literacies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect the learning spaces to different kinds of digital literacies. So you can always go back to study this model in detail if you can see it, but I'm not going to go into the details of that. So the first learning space, the individual learning space, and the focus here is on thinking about how we as developers, teachers, can expand the students' opportunities for agency. So this has to do with the individual students' opportunities for acting, for producing, for doing something, for expressing him or herself. So thinking about providing tools and resources for the individual student. So this has to a large extent to do with the personal learning environments. So the approach here would be to say, what do students need in their individual, working space? What is necessary for them to study, to learn something? And what we believe a digital personal learning space can do is expand possibilities for inquiry and construction. And I'll give you some examples in a second. That we can enhance the students' opportunities for studying, inquiring, searching, finding materials, going into inquisitive inquiring processes with materials on one hand, and the other part would be, the constructive part. And digital technologies can help students produce, construct. It could be from note taking to, building websites, making videos, all kinds of different things that students can produce. So a few examples from the individual learning space. So on one hand, it would be, spaces for reading, writing, searching, producing. So all kinds of digital tools that from this perspective would enhance students' opportunities for expressing themselves and could be very specifically handing in assignments. So I think this is something that, at least I know in Danish schools, have within the last few years moved in many ways towards more multimodal assignments. So students are making videos, websites, audio, etc., etc. And I think this changes the students' opportunities for showing what they can do. Some are more familiar with or comfortable with talking, speaking. Some are more, like to write something, and some maybe wish to do presentations with pictures, etc. So we can kind of expand on how students can hand in assignments and how they can express themselves. The other part of the individual learning space is also the spaces where teachers or other students can visit, as we've mentioned here, and comment on students' work. So I think this is an important aspect to see. This is actually the individual working space, working area of the individual student, but that student can invite, teachers or fellow students in to have a look and to help and to contribute with the work. So that can also, enhance the individual students' work, that we can actually call in help from others. So again, thinking about personal tools, how can we as teachers, developers, how can we support, how can we create personal tools that the individual student can use in his or her learning and education? If we then take a look at the individual learning space and put some digital literacy on this, then, and I think it's because it's not only a pedagogical perspective to use these technologies, but also has to do with if we support the individual learning space, we can provide the individual student with some digital literacies, which have to do with agency. And the perspective here would be to say, how can we get the students to use the computer as a cognitive partner? And what that means is that we can use the computer as something that the students use to extend and expand their abilities. That would be the approach we could have here. So this would mean that we would focus on tools that students not only use when they're in school, but tools that they can use beyond their education for providing them agency to be able to act in different ways. So a few examples: analyze and produce with digital media genres, organize large data, develop search strategies. Those could be examples of literacies that can expand on student agency. The second learning space is the working group. And here we have to do with a space where a group of students are working collaboratively, working close together. And the perspective here would be to say, how can we use technologies to expand on collaborative knowledge building? How can we get a group of students to work together to build, construct knowledge collaboratively together? And there are many opportunities, at least in digital technologies, for collaboration, mutual inquiry, discussion, dialogue. So the focus of this learning space would be how to get students to work very, very closely together. How can we support that in different ways? And a few examples here. The obvious one would be spaces for group discussion. We've all tried this now within the last year or two to have Zoom meetings like this. They actually work rather well for group work, where you're sitting, maybe the students are at home doing homework, and often you would see them working on their assignments together, and then maybe have a Zoom, Google Teams meeting where they do not necessarily look that much at each other, but they talk to each other. So it has a function of getting their schoolwork, their homework, bringing them closer together in their homework. Other examples would be joint writing, commenting, discussion, something that's also, I think, widespread in the education, within education today. But it also has to do with how can we support in our way of thinking about the materials that students use, that they are open for collaboration and for students to be able to work on them collaboratively. And that's what the final example is about. We call this spaces for joint reading. And reading is, I think, a practice that we have until lately seen as an individual practice. I read by myself at home, no one disturbs me. But now it's technically very easy to have a PDF document or a Word document, whatever. And then we can actually annotate it. We can highlight things, and we can put in comments, and we can actually have a discussion around this very specific material within a group, within a larger context also. So again, I think that this shows possibilities of possible new emerging practices around, doing joint inquiry, studying texts or studying materials together at the same time or asynchronously. So I think this is an interesting area of, I wonder what will happen when students start reading together in one way or another. So the point is, again, how can we think about students working collaboratively, mutual, common, joint inquiry with the kinds of learning materials that they're using. I'm just looking at the chat, but we can have yes, feel free to ask questions if as they come along. Yes.
Christian, we will monitor the chat.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, thanks. So if we connect the working group to literacies, then here the question could also be to say, how can we provide materials and tools for students that support collaborative knowledge building? So this would be thinking that we should not just provide things for the individual student, it should somehow connect to or make it possible to do collaborative knowledge building. So this could have to do with how can we manage online collaborative processes, could also have to do with how can students build repositories or collections together within a group. How can we support the groups build up their own collections of materials that they work on collaboratively. And also, how can they share, comment, provide feedback, share notes, etc. Within a group. And here it has to do with the closely related group that works collaboratively with each other. The third learning space is the community of interest. So here we move, further away from the group. So this could be a class, that would be the obvious. Could also be other classes that connect to each other. But it could be an idea to say a community of interest could be a class that we are dealing with. So a community of interest is characterized by, it has a shared field of interest, which could be the subject areas that we are working on in school. So we all have a biology, math, etc. So that's kind of a shared field of interest. And the point in the community of interest is to support transparency. So we're not talking about now close collaboration, but how can we support transparency between students? How can we somehow make students more aware of what the other students are doing? Can I learn something from the other students? So a digital community of interest within a class should look at how can we strengthen sharing, inspiration, insights between students. So how can we support that students look over each other's shoulders, look at what each others are doing, helping each other, inspiring each other, both actively, but also in the passive sense where I can just look at what are my fellow students doing and get inspired by that. And a few examples would be, open discussion forums. Sometimes, or I think many times, students create their own forums. They have Facebook groups, or they have messenger groups, or whatever, and then they communicate with each other, and they help each other, doing assignments, how to understand texts, or how to understand assignments, etc. The example in the middle is technically rather simple. It's an example of a course where students share their assignments with each other, so everybody can see everybody's assignments. So in other areas, it could be at university, it would be interesting to see the references that other students are searching for, and they find interesting publications, and I would be interested to see that as well. So the community of interest has to do with transparency and openness within a class. So how do we support that, moving beyond both the individual students' working space, but also beyond the groups that also have kind of a closed working space? The last example is publications that students produce and publish things they're working on, and then the other students can then see that. So this could be groups producing something collaboratively and then sharing it with the rest of the class. So again, the question is, how can we support that in the things that we provide the students with? So connecting the community of interest to literacy has to do with, we can maybe learn students how to participate in open sharing cultures, that they learn what can I share with others? How can I comment on or give feedback to people that I'm working on similar, but also kind of different things that I'm working on personally. So how do students establish and participate in forums within, for instance, within the class? Can they build shared knowledge bases within the class? So we are building up shared content that we all have access to within the class. And how do students manage such processes? So those could be interesting or relevant digital literacies that we also then teach the students. The final learning space is called open connections. So this is kind of the most difficult one, I guess, because this moves beyond the classroom and beyond the school. So it has to do with how can we support, encourage interaction with the outside world. Very simply, it could be just to go on Facebook or Google or Twitter or something like that, finding things from the outside. So open connections online has to do with strengthening external participation, and also has a focus on how can students be present outside the classroom. This is something that may be difficult, in primary school, maybe easier at university level, but again, not necessarily. I guess most primary school students are already out there in all kinds of networks online. So a few examples. So this has to do with building, again, maybe communication forums that move across schools. It could be, so we could develop communication channels that go between classes. How can we exchange things? Can we actually exchange some things with classes in other schools? And the other example is the very open spaces for online participation. Maybe we can, as a school, go out there and say biology, in the 4th grade, we have a website, we have a blog, or we have a Twitter account, maybe an Instagram account or something. So we are out there. We are also out there communicating to the outside world. Technically, it's not difficult at all, but it's more difficult to find solutions in school to do that. So again, the question is, how can we support students with tools, resources that can also, make the school or the class participate in online networks or online forums. And again, it can be relevant to think about what are then the digital literacies that we can provide the students with if we start having this perspective as well. So this has to do with teaching students how to develop and participate in relations to the outside world. So how can we get the students to not only looking into their local class and their local teacher and their the subjects that they have there, but also have kind of this orientation towards the outside world. So this could have to do with how do we create and manage online presence in different kinds of networks and forums. So maybe it would be relevant to teach our students to be aware of how do they participate, how do they create and manage an online presence, how do they contribute to discussions, but also contribute with content, information, knowledge in networks and forums that move beyond the class. And again, also participate in intercultural dialogue is, I think, a very relevant literacy that we wish our students to get throughout their education. So, to sum up, I think that there's a lot of focus on digital literacies within, I think, policy. Maybe in I can't see how many countries are represented here, but in OECD, in the European Commission, and I can say in Denmark, in the Nordic countries, there has been for the last few years, 5 or 10 years maybe, a continuing focus on digital literacies. So the kind of literacies that do not necessarily point towards a specific subject, or it's not biology or math or social science, but it's kind of some literacies that are relevant to all kinds of subjects. And I think we're experiencing this continuous push towards how do we put these digital literacies in our educational programs. So I think it could be an idea to connect that to if there's also a push towards using technologies within our educational programs to not only focus on that we're using technologies for pedagogical purposes, but we're actually using these technologies because they are important and they support some literacies that we wish our students to have when they complete their education. So my final slide here is just a sum up where I try to connect some examples of digital literacies that could connect to the ways that we are using or the ways that we could use digital technologies within education. So focusing on when we are looking at the individual learning space on have that perspective that how can we support student agency, how can we see the tools and resources that we're providing the students with as cognitive partners, as something that they can use to act and to solve problems and to express themselves. In the working group, the focus could be on this collaborative knowledge building. So how can our resources and tools support that students can also do something collaboratively, build something that goes beyond kind of what we just provide them with? How can they build their own knowledge? How can they draw out things from what we provide them with? How can they connect them to each other and build something new? In the community of interest, our focus could be on this open sharing culture. So are there possibilities that we can provide them with opportunities to draw things out and put it into the open in a context, for instance, of a class? How can the tools and resources that we're providing them with be relevant to that community of interest in one way or another? And finally, the open connections, the perspective there would be to say, how can this somehow contribute to the students' relations to the outside world? Can we somehow help them or push them in that direction? Or we could also say, how can we avoid that they are not able to do that? And sometimes we provide them with things that they cannot quite, that stay within maybe their individual learning space or within the class. Yes, thank you for the attention and no interruptions. And I will stop sharing, and I can also, if there are questions to certain slides, I can bring them back. But then for now, I will stop the sharing.
Thank you very much, Christian. As expected, very, very interesting, inspiring. I have a few questions. There's nothing in the chat yet, but I can start. I'm sitting here as a publisher, and in the audience today, among the attendees, we have lots of publishers, and I think you stress on, you focus on one of the dilemmas we are sitting with every day. We can see that these spaces are necessary, but we as publishers, we are good at creating content. We are not necessarily good at creating spaces, and maybe we should not create spaces. I don't think that Systime should be making a new Facebook or a Google Doc environment. I think we should leave that to those big players. Have you any comment on the publisher's role in this position? Can you elaborate a little?
Yeah, I think, and I think that it's a very good point that the publishers should not, I think, be learning space designers. But there are also some tendency, and you know more about this than I do, that when you're building content, that you also you should consider should the readers, the users of the content, stay within the system, or should they take notes within the system? Should they have common access? What should happen within our content system, and what should happen other places? And I think those are some of the very difficult questions to answer, because I think that it connects to also what should you allow the users to draw out, and put in other. So that could be one, question would be to say, we should be careful that we don't confine the individual reader of our content to this, and then they cannot see what the others are doing, or they cannot share, or they cannot show. So I don't have the answer for, but I could see some opportunities for, what we can see that some students are, when they are sharing things, content that they find themselves, they put it in shared folders, or they build shared repositories. So it's something I think the publisher should kind of support these new ways of handling materials. And again, then you have to see, what are the students doing? Do they have their own personal note taking? Do they take notes within the system, or is that kind of a hindrance for them then in their individual note-taking practice? So I think those are very critical kind of questions. What should the connections be to the materials, and then moving it kind of to other areas? Yeah. And could that be possible, in different ways, to draw something out and very easily put it somewhere else, or put it somewhere where we can then, in this group, we can work on this document together and do whatever we want with this document. So I think some of those practices are emerging now, and students are beginning to do more and more and more with the content that they have access to.
During your research, have you met any publisher with a good take on this?
I think I don't have any examples, but I think that I can see from my knowledge on the publishers, I can just see that there seems to be these questions. I can see them kind of in the material, what should be possible, and I think there's a wish, to to do more, more opportunities than just the content. And I think those are the very, and I think what is maybe arising now is the difference that maybe there's been a focus on what does the individual student need to do with this material. And I think it's moving more and more towards what can groups of students do with this material kind of together.
One final question from me.
Yes.
You started your research before the lockdown, before COVID. Has the lockdown experience made you change mind in any way, or are you in the same position?
I think actually I'm in the same position somehow, but I think that I can see now that it's kind of moved closer, that we can start using these technologies in other ways. And I think, for instance, the maybe that many teachers have experienced, that there are some other ways of working together and communicating, and so I think that it's and maybe what has changed a little bit is that there's not that large a difference now between kind of traditional classroom education and then online education. Those two have been very far from each other. I see now more teachers seeing that we still have the physical traditional education, but we can build something, and that would also be a point that Thomas and I would say, that we can expand on what we have. And I think that maybe that has changed, that we can start from what we have and then see that the technologies can expand and enhance what we have, and that could move us in different ways.
I see in the chat that I think there's a question. I'll just read it, Christian.
Yes.
Following on from Claes's question, how can the teaching aids support the creation of communities of interest? We as educators often see a challenge in establishing communities in daily practice, and the textbooks help us.
Yes, I think that, and maybe the challenge of the community of interest is not technology, but it's more a matter of culture and kind of slowly building up and making students getting used to working within a community of interest. And I've seen examples of classes where they have, maybe accidentally, they have built cultures where they just share things with each other, and other classes where they keep it to themselves. So I think if it's first and foremost a matter of building a practice, and I think it's something that teachers could do in slowly, getting students accustomed to working in groups, sharing between groups, and helping each other, and putting things up for others to see. And then I think the technology is just forums and folders, all kinds of technologies that can support that sharing. But I think that the key challenge is to moving students who are often used to the individual practice, getting individual grades, that they can see advantages in actually sharing things with others.
Thank you, Christian. As I see it, no more questions in the chat right now. It's almost 20 to 3. So, Christian, thank you for this. And we'll continue with the rest of the program. See you.
Instance. And what happened in 2020? In March 2020, our government told us that you have 2 days' time to move your learning and teaching remotely. So our teachers had really 2 days to prepare this for about 2 months altogether. What was easy in our school, that every student in our school already had devices of their own offered by the school. So grades 1 to 6, they had iPads and then laptops in grades 7 to 9. So we already had some routines to use different programs, different e-materials with the children. But the reality was that some of our teachers had not used computers that much. So we needed to organize colleagues who were a little bit for using them to help the teachers to take the teaching remotely. The information between home and school came very, very important. And we have the program called Wilma, which is widely used in Finland. So we could send messages via that. We decided that we have the timetables, so they are, and we gave the lessons according to the timetables by Zoom. Every class had their own timetables, but then on Friday afternoons, our teachers sent some details about next week's teaching lessons and also links for Zoom to the parents. We used Teams for materials and sharing. We had to organize the teacher training also remotely. So that was very interesting because they didn't know how to do it, but we found some good practices for that. And of course, organizing the cooperation between teachers, between classroom teachers, between subject teachers and the special needs teachers, assistants, and so on. Last year, or the year we have had this, and already still this autumn, the teaching now in Finland is mostly at schools. Classes are remotely if there is a COVID-19 diagnosed in a class or they are waiting the test results or something like that, then they are remotely. And so it's kind of, well, the rest of the class is at school, the teacher is at school, but some of the children are at home, so we have Zoom there. Changes come quickly, so the teachers need to react very quickly, and that's quite hard to the teacher. The children who are at school, we use masks in classes 4 to 9, and just for your interest, maybe it means about 65,000 masks per month delivered freely from school. My job as a principal, information, and information. So I think it's very important to give information needed to the teachers at homes, the children, and that's quite a big job for principals here. We have a free school lunch in Finland, so when we were remotely, we needed to organize school lunches, so they came to school to get the lunches from here, and that was my job to find out how to deliver them. Then we needed to organize the support needed remotely. And what I found most important maybe as a principal was encouraging the teachers, give them positive feedback. I had open doors in Zoom in the morning, so if you wanted to, as a teacher, wanted to come and meet me in Zoom, we could have a talk and a cup of coffee at home and say, well, we'll go again. And then the principals in Finland, we help the health authorities with the COVID-19 virus to find those who are probably exposed. And that's quite interesting, 24/7 job. What's positive, we made a huge step with our computer skills with the students and also with the teachers. Actually, I'm very happy about it. That's a very good thing with COVID. And some best practices will be in use in future. Possibility to participate also remotely in meetings, give guidance for teacher trainees remotely, meet parents in Zoom, and so on. And the fact was that some of our students did very well remotely. So I think the question is, how can we develop that at normal times, so-called normal times at school? How can we use that? Thank you. That's our school during wintertime, which is quite near coming to Finland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Satu.
Thank you very much. Yes, interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting.
And we will jump from the north, the high north, going south to Slovenia. And Janja, please.
Janja, your microphone. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, okay. So hello, welcome. Yes, now we are here in Slovenia, where the winter is not coming yet. Today we have the first day of rain. Yesterday we still had 29 degrees, so it's a very nice autumn. So let's go for a walk through our school. This is a site of our school from the website. We have 1,100 students aged from 6 to 15 years old, and we have 5 buildings. 2 are in this town and 3 are in villages in the vicinity. There are 120 teachers and 40 more staff members, like building keepers and cleaning ladies and cooks and so on. So since March, 200, that's a mistake. We had 3 lockdowns, and I'm now in this school for the 15th year, which I consider as a good starting point when some things like that, like lockdown happens, because I know my staff and they know me, and we have certain routines developed, and it's much easier than if I were a newly appointed teacher, a head teacher or principal at our school. So when the first lockdown started, we could hear the sentences, oh, it won't last long, it will be over in 2 weeks and so on. But it turned to 2 months, and it was a period of very intensive learning. Everyone tried to gain new knowledge in many different fields, and everything was turned upside down. So what followed was summer holidays. That was actually not holidays, but it was a period of very intensive planning for a new school year, where we wanted to introduce some ideas, experience, and improve what we and the processes that we had during the first lockdown. So we first took care of equipment, we planned organization, the virtual classrooms so that we could run online lessons. We had to take care of AI accounts for students so that they can join the virtual environments. And we also invested a lot of our attention to knowledge and teacher training, sharing some good practices among our staff. We revised curricula and detected some areas which were not so necessary, and we made a kind of a list. What is the basic knowledge that students need? If there are were some topics that reappeared, we decided where we would put more stress on it. And what was also, from, let's say, publishers' point of view, interesting was the big and noisy comeback of workbooks, because it meant a great help to teachers when organizing lessons. So finally, we were here on 1st September 2020. We got a very lovely and modern school extension, and the, let's say, drama here behind was that the school was closed soon after, and school was empty, and teachers' homes turned into teaching homes. So what was really tough, I must say, for me was running the school from an empty building. It was important to be present, for the staff to be aware that there is someone who is there to listen to them, to give them support, to help them with some didactical and pedagogical dilemmas. And I also tried to be present at lessons, online lessons, and to spot good practice, and then, let's say, connect teachers who needed some help with those who were already more proficient in the area. There was a lot of motivational activities, all sorts of, and on different levels, from celebrating birthdays to some minor activities, let's say on April Fool's Days. But these tiny events were important to boost the positive energy and motivation. So during the second lockdown, I tried to spend more time as a pedagogical leader, and I tried to focus more on teaching and learning than on providing equipment and meals and so on. So I tried to be present and make the best of it, of the information that I got, and I tried to gather information from teachers and their ideas how to introduce some improvements, which we then actually implemented as soon as possible. So it was a period where we, let's say, improved our practice and organization on a weekly level. So what were the buzzwords of this second wave was less is more. So we are here, you can count on us. And we found out that literacy is, let's say, a very basic thing that can support the learning on all levels. And we helped students a lot with time management. And as the lockdown was taking longer time, also teachers needed support with time management. But not everything was bad. We detected many good innovative practices. It was a lovely period when everyone was learning, when mistakes somehow were just a normal process of learning. And we entered students' homes. It was more practical learning, more to life. Some children had a lot of time to develop their creativity, because there was no 45-minute lessons, but they could, let's say, explore in the area they were interested in for, let's say, more time than usual. As I mentioned before, I spent lots of time being present and learning from teachers and students and supporting this society. And this is, let's say, a moment when a student is presenting his research work. Here are 3 of us who listen, ask him questions, and prepare him for the next level. Yeah, there were lots of topics that we discussed during this second lockdown, as I mentioned before, because I tried to put more focus on pedagogical topics. So we revised the goals. We talked about resources, what we already have, what we actually need, what can we do with what we have. We tried to help students develop their learning habits, gave some ideas and support to parents, how to help children build their learning environment that would support them. We discussed and developed multidimensional literacies. Right now, at the moment, we are, let's say, in a tough period. Already 9 classes are at home today. We stress the area of emotional and social literacy. Then we tried to, let's say, move the attitude to knowledge more into the positive way. What is it good? Why is it good to be to have different knowledge to learn and so on? it was important to implement ICT in an efficient way. We're also still put a lot of attention to how to give feedback and what kind of feedback. And also because we developed online learning into three basic elements, like learning it online with the teacher, independently, and then offline. It's important that we support students to be persistent when they are alone, when they learn on their and study on their own, when their teacher is not around. And then again in April we had just 12-day lockdown, and it was so good that it was short, because as you can see the buzzwords were really not very optimistic, and I think this was really a tough 12 days period. And if I say what is the transformation of leadership during this period of a year and a half, from at the beginning we tried to help students and teachers with equipment. Then the next level was focusing on didactics, on teaching and learning. And next was boosting mental health, helping teachers and students and parents go through this tough period, stressing the positive outcomes, the positive practice, innovations, and so on. And then we slowly developed like autonomy at school, because where we had no answers, we tried to generate our own solutions. And finally, where we are at the moment, I think that learning mindset is the best way out, and everyone's a learner, no matter who or which role you take in a school or in the society. So we really, as a school, everyone is learning, from the cleaning lady to the principal. And I believe that we learned a lot, and that we also built community, very, very connected, much more than we were before the first lockdown. And from that point of view, this is just one idea, one experience that we like, and we will try to take care of it also in the future. That would be from my side.
Thank you very much, Janja. Nice to hear your positive approach, although you had problems, I'm sure. Helga, I'm not sure whether Murdo is present.
Yes, I am.
There you are. Thank you. I hear you.
He was probably just having a cup of coffee or something quick while nobody was watching.
No, I was not at all. I finished my coffee. I was listening intently to Janja, and
very good.
Murdo, I was very envious to hear from Janja that they have cleaning ladies, which we have abolished in Germany, which is a very bad idea. We usually clean the school ourselves, which is a great idea. So I'm going to just give you what I hope will be this little presentation thing. Yeah, I hope you can all see that. Please say if not. Anyway. Yes, I think there's quite a few similarities between our schools in some ways. My name is Murdo McPhail. As you know, I originally come from Scotland, but I've been living in Germany for over 20 years now. And some years ago, I became a full-time teacher. Went through as an old man, I went through teacher training and became a teacher. But as I used to work with Helga, I have been involved in educational publishing for many, many, many years. I work in a school with 1,200 students in the city of Berlin. We're in the southern part of the city, and we have a very, very, very heterogeneous clientele, as we like to call them. That means that we have many families who are middle class, who are reasonably comfortably off. But we also have many, many, many families who are socially deprived and who are living with 3 children in 2-room apartments in the city, and whose grasp of the German language and other languages is often rudimentary. Nonetheless, their children are at our school, and we have to try and teach everybody as best we can. I myself teach English, as I'm sure you've worked out by now, but in Germany we all have to teach more than one subject, so I also teach politics and history as well at our school. I've been here since the end of 2014. As I say, it's a very large school. It's quite chaotic. We have a lot of people from different ethnic backgrounds here, a lot of people with a Turkish ethnic background, Arabic. We also, because this is a European school, it's called eine Europaschule in Germany. We also have special classes with a separate European language, and that in our school is Italian. So we have quite a lot of kids from Italian families. They learn some of their subjects in Italian at the school. So it's a very, very mixed school. As I say, it's large and chaotic. It's very loud most of the time. That's one of the reasons why I'm wearing earphones, just in case it gets loud here. Yeah, I think that's probably enough about the school. Now, wait a minute. I just want to move on to the next slide. I'm just wondering if this is going to work. I see. Right, here we go. Yeah, I was pressing the wrong button. I'm sorry. Just like in the case of Janja and Satu, we had a total shutdown in the spring of 2020, and that went on for many weeks. It was broken up by the Easter holidays, and it continued after the Easter holidays. I've kind of lost track a little bit of when we were actually in school and when we were not. My memory of exactly when we were teaching in school and when we weren't has faded a little bit. Just like both Satu and Janja mentioned, we had little or no warning of the school shutdown. We were told one week that the school was going to shut down next week. And there was little preparation time. And what happened in Germany at the same time is that, excuse me, not only were the pupils sent home, the students were sent home, their parents were sent home as well at exactly the same time. And so, and what happened over and above that is that many of the opportunities that the children had for taking part in sports, for going to a sports center, for going swimming, for meeting up with friends and hanging out in the park and all these things, they were all shut down or were even illegal. So in fact, suddenly they had a kind of extreme family time. They were shut in at home all the time and couldn't get out and couldn't do anything. Our initial communication with pupils and parents was very, very difficult. We did have phone numbers for the parents. We had emails for some of the parents, but not all of them. And as time went on in the first few weeks, we were using our learning platform, which is a learning platform for the whole of Berlin, or I was using it anyway, to give homework to the kids in the hope that they would actually do the homework and would thereby reveal their email address. That was the real reason why I gave them homework. And one of the things that I had to do, or me and my colleagues had to do in the first few weeks, is try and collect as many emails as possible of the kids so that we could get in touch with them. What we found with communicating with the parents was that if you would send them emails and then never hear from them again. They either didn't read the emails, in some cases they couldn't speak German. I also sent emails both in English and German. That didn't work either with many parents. And we discovered from their kids that, in fact, their parents at home only spoke Turkish or only spoke Arabic. So sending them emails was a bit of a waste of time. There were many colleagues who got involved in initial ad hoc attempts to try and teach using Skype, for example, or using Zoom. To begin with, we didn't have a dedicated software that we could use for teaching online. And there's one other thing, a special factor in Germany, which I would like to mention, which is that unfortunately in Germany, politicians and bureaucrats are absolutely hysterical about data protection. And we have a big problem here with, we started using Zoom and we're told we weren't allowed to use it. We started using Skype and we're told that that was banned as well. We started using online tools to allow the kids to be creative, things like Padlet or Quizlet. I'm sure you're familiar with these tools. And we're quickly told in many cases that this contravenes the data protection laws for reasons that were not really explained to us. So we had a lot of problems of that kind, and it took a long time for the digital tools and structures to actually be available. One thing I should also mention about the learning platform is that I've been using it for years, mostly for my upper secondary pupils, but it wasn't really designed for every single teacher in the whole of Berlin to use at the same time. So when we suddenly started using it all at the same time every single day, I discovered that when I clicked on a link or clicked on something that I wanted to do, that I could then go and make a cup of coffee and wait for something to actually happen after that. So as I say, one of the biggest problems we had during the shutdown was actually staying in contact with the parents, actually staying in contact with the pupils. Some of the pupils disappeared for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it was impossible to actually get in touch with them. They never responded to anything. Anyway, time moved on, and we entered a time where we had some cases, in some cases we were shut down for a while, just as Janja was explaining. And then we would have what we called staggered classes for a while, where the classes were split. You would teach half of the class for 2 periods, and then the other half of the class for 2 periods. The focus was mainly on what we call the core subjects. So it was mathematics, English, German, and a second foreign language. These staggered classes were actually quite nice. You had a smaller group of kids in the room. One of the big problems that I feel affects school teaching in Germany is that the classes are very, very large. We normally have 32 kids in a class and 1 teacher. And that can be very, very difficult, particularly for the quieter kids, the shyer kids. And so having a smaller group where there were more partner work, more group work was possible was actually very, very nice. One of the software advances that we made is that we stopped using a terrible piece of software called Cisco WebEx, which just is an encouragement to teacher-centered learning, and moved on to something which was a bit more flexible, and that was Big Blue Button. And you can see me here making a fool of myself in this photo, doing an advert for Big Blue Button. Big Blue Button was a big technical advance, but one of the general problems that we had independently of the software was that because the motivation of the kids was very, very low, and the parents were not really in a position to oversee their kids' learning, because they themselves were in home office in their little apartments at the same time, we often found that the kids would log in to an online teaching session, but they weren't really there. They were in fact doing something else, and sometimes you could hear them playing computer games in the background. And what we often notice using Big Blue Button or any other software was that you would ask the kids a question, a direct question to one person in the class, and a few seconds later they would say, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" And the reason for that is because they weren't actually listening. They weren't actually taking part in the class. They were doing something else. And this was a big problem. What they often said as well was that their microphone was not working, or their camera was not working. And what that meant was that they didn't want their microphone or their camera to work. Another problem that we have, particularly in my school, is that we have a very large number of families who honestly do not have a computer at home. And unlike the situation with Janja and Satu, of which I'm very envious, Berlin doesn't seem to be able to give its pupils devices to use at home. And so what we found was that there were entire families who were trying to do home office and also take part in school learning, school teaching, using mobile phones. That's all they had. They had no laptops, no tablets, no desktop computers. And that made it very, very difficult for them to actually, for example, write documents and upload homework to the learning platform, etc. Some of these families, after some time, were actually given devices, were given laptops by the Berlin Board of Education. But of course, we as teachers found that policy a little bit short-sighted, because having given them a laptop, they didn't actually ask them, do you have a DSL connection at home? Do you have an internet connection at home? And for people who only use mobile phones, the answer to that was, in many cases, no, we don't. So the laptop became an interesting piece of new furniture. So I think we learned a lot in that time about what our possibilities are and what our limitations are. And I would like to pick up on something that my two other colleagues said before me, which is that some people actually did very well during this time. But unfortunately, what I would have to say is that many of the people who did very well during that time were people who came from middle-class families and who normally do very well in school anyway. Moving on, what did we actually learn during this time? From my point of view, autonomous learning certainly took place, but in many cases, the families, the children, were prevented from taking part in autonomous learning because they come from a background in which learning at home or reading at home even is just not part of their family culture. And they've never seen their parents reading a newspaper. They've never seen their parents reading a book. In many cases, they've probably never seen their parents watching the news on television. So trying to institute a culture of autonomous learning in families like that is very, very difficult. It's a big challenge for the kids. What we found as well is that online teaching is good for some things. Sometimes I did, for example, revision classes on grammar and language, etc., which is very teacher-centered, and that worked quite well online. Doing more creative things online was very difficult, even though Big Blue Button offers you the opportunity to have group work and partner work. That doesn't work so well if some of them say my microphone is not working, or if in fact they're not really taking part in the class. And on top of that, as I mentioned before, what we did learn was that the isolation from the school building, from your friends at school, from the interaction with teachers, it leads to a lack of motivation. And it is very, very difficult to motivate children who feel not only isolated in society, but actually feel isolated in their own family home. That leads, of course, to something more positive, which is what is school and what isn't school? We found that the school building, the interaction with friends, the daily conflicts that arise between the children and the teachers, etc., are actually very positive, because that social interaction is something that promotes learning and promotes the development of social competence as well. And what we're finding now that we're back at school, we're now back at school with full classes. We're all wearing masks. I have, in 2 of my classes, I have 34 children, which is driving me crazy. But what we have learned is that the biggest problem that we have now is not the fact that they have lost the opportunity to develop their knowledge during this time. But the biggest problem we have now is, in fact, that many of the kids seem to have forgotten how to go to school. They come here in the morning, they take part in classes, but they've forgotten how to take notes. They've forgotten how to do partner work. They've forgotten how to do group work. They've forgotten how to write down vocabulary. They've forgotten how to listen. And they need time in order to develop these school time habits again. I think that's all I really have to say. So thank you very much, and I'll hand back to Klaus.
Thank you very much, Murdo. I think we heard 3 stories here, in some ways rather similar, but also with very big differences. As I hear you, Finland, super digital, Murdo, Germany, with heavy infrastructural problems, and Janja maybe some way in between. Maybe hard to find questions that fit all of you because you're so different. One question from here could be, how do you, as I'm sitting here as a publisher, how do you see the content delivered by the publishers? Did that fit into your needs during lockdown, or did you need something very different? Any comments? Satu?
You've got switch. Yeah.
As you said, we are quite digital in Finland, and already for maybe 5 years, the publishers here in Finland has developed quite a lot e-material, and the real e-material. The first ones were like PDF copies from the books and no interaction at all, but they have developed very much during last 5 years maybe. So I think we had quite good situation with the materials as well, which were used now during the lockdowns.
Janja?
Yeah, thank you. In our country, at the beginning of the first lockdown, the publishing house, the biggest publishing house, Rokusklit, gave materials for free. And then, of course, also the other publishing house joined. And that was a really tremendous support in the times when we needed that the most. So we can say friends in need are friends indeed. So thank you, Rokusklit.
Something like that happened also in Finland, yeah.
But Murdo, please.
Yes, I would have to say on a positive note that there were some publishing houses in Germany which did offer material. One of the things which I made use of, particularly relating to what I said before about kids not being used to reading and not being used to seeing adults reading, is that there were readers which were available online. And I encouraged the kids to take different readers, to give little reports during online teaching, etc., about books that they had read. In some cases where the kids were really not used to reading books at all, I tried to create little worksheets or little extra exercises to encourage them to read another chapter or whatever. The actual course books themselves, they are traditional course books. They were not a huge help during distance learning. I was able to assign certain tasks from the course book, but of course I had to augment it an awful lot with other material which I was able to use online. Yeah, thank you.
Ilga?
Yes, I would like to pick up on that last comment also, and what you said before. For example, Satu, I think you were talking about hybrid lessons where parts of your students were in class and the others were at home on Zoom. And also, Murdo, you were talking about people using mobile phones only. So my question really is, what can the sort of publishers do to make their materials more accessible? I mean, do we need to sort of provide different kinds of teaching materials that are not geared towards a lesson all the time, or is it would teachers actually be happy to have some kind of repository of information and different learning paths? Would that be some kind of a solution? Whoever, Janja.
Yeah, I believe that what we found out is that the gap is widening between the students who are doing well and those who are doing, let's say, not as well as they are capable of. So it's important that we have different materials in different levels and that students and teachers can choose. So lots of materials for basic knowledge, basic skills, and then for those who want to learn more. It can be combined with, let's say, digital and printed, because if you have, let's say, big families, not all kids can use computers at the same time, or they don't have enough place in the house or in the apartment, so that it's impossible that all kids in a family work from home. So it's good to have different sources, different materials, and then we can combine, and not everyone likes everything, or just, so it's diversity. I think that this will be the way out.
Murdo, please.
Yes, I think that's on again. Yeah. Yeah, just to expand a little bit on what Janja said, that one of the things that you and I have talked about in the past, Helga, is, for example, tasks which say, create a poster, or in this case, create a digital poster, or create a website, create a little story. These are really nice tasks, but what I think you and I both agree that publishers should try and do in many cases is try and expand on these tasks, because these tasks sound great, but what it means is that the teacher has to spend an awful lot of time creating enough material for the pupils to actually be able to work with tasks like that. And what would have been, I spent a lot of my time during distance learning creating these the kind of scaffolding that pupils need in order to be able to create a website, or create a poster, a digital poster, whatever. And it would be nice to have some of that scaffolding already in the material. So you say, okay, particularly for the more able students, you say, okay, here's something a bit freer, a bit more autonomous, a bit more creative, and you can work on that. And here's the material you need to help you be able to do that without me sitting for hours creating it first. Thank you.
Thank you, Murdo. There's one question here. I read it now. The student composition and their academic level is, of course, critical. But having said that, we at my school worked a lot with the development of exploratory inductive assignments, where the students prepared assignments for each other. Will it be possible with you? Question from Morten Bülow, a speaker tomorrow. Any comments?
Yeah, of course, it's possible, and it's important that students are engaged in their learning and that they can also be co-creators of their learning. So let's say teach them skills, and then they will like the content, and combine skills with the content.
Yeah, I think it was so interesting hearing Christian's presentation before this panel discussion, but there's a mighty gap between his thoughts and then the practical infrastructure problems you're sitting with, Murdo, for example. Yeah, Murdo, please.
Would that contributor perhaps like to explain a little bit more exactly what he means? I'm not entirely sure what his intention was yet.
Yeah, Morten, can you write a little bit more so it gives Murdo a chance for answering? I'm sure Morten is there any moment.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Did I understand you correctly, Janja, that you actually saw a peak in the use of paper textbooks during the lockdown?
I beg your pardon? Paper?
Did you experience a peak in the use of paper textbooks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because parents were not able to print materials that teachers designed, and it was not possible for all kids, let's say in a family, to use computers. So if they had textbooks and student books, some could do exercises online and some could do them in paper materials. So
yeah.
That was, let's say, diversity that enabled everyone in the house to learn. And also parents are, let's say, still used to these kind of learning and materials, and they liked that as well. So they supported easily their kids.
Helga, and then the follow-up by Morten. Helga, please.
Well, I was actually going to interpret Morten's, because I've heard this quite a lot before. I think Morten is sort of talking about the flipped classroom, where sort of students go out and do an assignment first, and then come back and do it all together. And to me, the fascinating thing is, even though we're all here for reasons well known mostly about language teaching, this also works in other cases. This works in history and in biology, and even I think in maths, that you can sort of send students out and do real life assignments and then come back and discuss these things in class. But it means a lot for the publisher to sort of rethink the whole situation of what kind of materials they provide, so that students can actually work with them. I think that's it.
Murdo, any comments on that?
Well, really, I would just back up the concept that particularly some of the more able students can go out and take part in an activity and then explain it to the other students, and that is something I would like to encourage. I have to say it's pretty difficult with 34 kids in one room, but the concept is nice. We do try.
Yeah, of course, as I hear you, lots of problems during lockdown, problems or challenges, whatever you call it. What I would like to hear before we end in a few minutes is there for all of you three one success story, one experience that where you think this I will carry with me in my future teaching, my future school life. Any of you? Murdo.
Yeah, I had a very nice experience with one of my students who is a little bit unusual. She's slightly eccentric and very shy. And I asked them to watch a video which was something to do with New York or something. And they had to create a series of observations about what they had learned in the video, and a series of questions that they would like to ask, for example, residents of New York. And she lives in a fairly small apartment with her family, and she went out to the park to the kind of sand pit where small children play, and she created a kind of storyboard for a new film about New York in the sand. And she videoed her storyboard and presented it to the rest of the class online. And the interesting thing about that, apart from her amazing creativity, was this is something that she would never have done in class because she's too shy. And that is something that I will remember.
A good story. Satu, please.
Maybe one success story is that, as I said, we have very many families whose mother tongue is not Finnish. And we also, like Murdo said, as his point of view, we have also parents who can't read or write, even in their own language. And when there were those lockdowns, also the parents were at home, and they were with the children studying during the Zoom lessons. So the parents were sitting there as well, learning, and that was quite nice. And our teachers told me that they got to know the parents much more than in usually school life. So maybe that's something nice which happened.
Definitely nice, I think. Janja, could you add a single story?
We faced before, when we were still at school, in one class with some nasty cases of bullying. And when lockdown happened, those students were, let's say, at home. They did not communicate. They did not feel the pressure from the peers. And some weak students really made a great advancement. And they somehow, let's say, boosted their self-esteem that they can, if they're not bothered by peers, by other students. And as the lockdown was getting longer, we had more successful stories like that.
Yeah.
So now we take care. It's easier now. We were not able to, let's say, deal with that bullying successfully when we were still at school, but now it's much easier.
Very interesting, Janja. I heard similar stories from here. Some shy students actually having a better time than when they were in the classroom. Okay, apparently no more questions in the chat. Any of you in the panel or Helga want to add anything?
I'm actually fine, and I just wanted to say I will keep the chat open until 4 o'clock. So if anybody still wants to sort of put some questions and also or comments, you're welcome to do that. But I gladly give the opportunity to say final words to the panelists. I think it was really interesting. So if you have questions or if you want to say something, then you're welcome. And also I wanted to say that two of you, Janja and Murdo, will join us again tomorrow for another discussion.
Yes, we'll keep the chat open.
Thank you.
But we will stop this meeting for today and see most of you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Yes.
Well, and thank you so much. I think this is absolutely great for everybody, and sort of taking the time for this in these difficult times where you already have so much other things going on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So here we go. Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce Laura McInerney. Well, Claire and I practice names before we do these sessions. And Laura is a journalist and a secondary teacher and a co-founder of TeacherTap. And I think in your presentation, or we would like you to briefly talk about yourself, because you've got a fascinating biography, and who could sort of talk about that better than you could. So Laura, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I mean, to give you all some of a little bit of that background, which sounds somewhat mysterious from what Helga just said, but actually I started as a secondary school teacher, and I still very much think of myself as a teacher. Any of you who've worked in schools previously may have the same thing. There's a problem when you've trained as a teacher, you can kind of never get rid of it, and in fact it follows you around as a persona forever. So I started as a secondary school teacher here in London, in England. I did that for 6 years, and then I wanted to study, so I decided to do a PhD at university. And at my first week at university, I asked the government for some data, and my plan was to use that data to do a PhD, that I'm sure at least 5 people would have read, but I don't think it was going to be hundreds and hundreds of people. And then within a few months, I found myself taken to court by the government here in England for asking for that data. It was very unusual. I was taken to court under the Freedom of Information Act, which most countries have some version of the rules, and they've usually been in place for quite a long time. In parts of Northern Europe, they've been around for over 100 years. Here in England, they'd actually not been in for very long. They'd been in for about 5 to 10 years. And so I was the first person taken to court for being vexatious, which is this very beautiful British word for being trouble or naughty. I was essentially told off by the government for asking for data. And through that, over 3 court cases, several years of my life, I started writing for the Guardian newspaper. I became the editor of Schools Week newspaper. And when I finally did get given the court documents, so it took 4 years, but I did, the government had to hand me these documents. By then, I was, of course, a journalist and regularly on BBC, ITV and so on. And it meant that information that would have been in a PhD that perhaps, as I say, my mum and a few other people would have read was now available all across the UK. And I went on to become a journalist for several years after that, doing investigations predominantly within the school world. And that's what I still do a little bit today. But in 2017, life changed, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. Helga, is it okay if I go ahead and share my screen? Brilliant. Let me just get that up now. So what I'm going to be talking about today is something called Teacher Tap. And back in 2017, I was friends with an academic called Professor Becky Allen, and she was really interested in studying teachers. And one of the problems of trying to get hold of teachers is that they don't sit at a computer all day. They're usually very difficult to get on the phone. They work all day long looking after young people, and then they go on their vacations on the week that they're on vacation, and you don't get much time of them just sitting around. So if you want to study them, if you want to ask them questions, if you want to do a focus group, it can be very challenging to get hold of teachers. So she came up with this idea of having something that would sit on teachers' phones, and each day it would ask them just a few questions. She wanted to study trainee teachers. So her plan was, get the thing on their phones, every day ask them about their training, and at the end of the year, we would know lots and lots about trainee teachers. And I thought that sounded a great idea, but I was interested in all teachers, because when you're writing a newspaper, you write articles that say teachers think this, teachers think that, but really you're speaking to maybe 20 or 30 teachers and you don't know what they all think. So I tried to convince her to build an app that all teachers in England, and in fact now also in the Netherlands and in parts of Belgium, are on, so that we could find out more about what was going on. And the thing we built was this, which is called Teacher Tap. It's a little survey app. As I say, it sits on about 14,000 teachers' phones at the moment. And every single day it sends out questions, and we get results from about 8,000 teachers. The aim has always been that it will help the teachers learn about the work, and that the data would help education policy. We work with lots of people who sell products to schools to try and find out what schools want, and also to find out when teachers leave at the end of the year, are there any profiles or patterns that we can pull out so we can retain more teachers in the profession. The thing that's quite different compared to ordinary market research is that we actually share the results with the teachers. So there on the left-hand side, you can see each day the teachers get to see the results back, and that means they can talk about it with their colleagues. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. As I say, every day at 3:30, we usually ask 3 questions. We currently have over 7,500 daily users. At the peak of the pandemic, that went up to nearly 10,000 users. And if you count it globally, it's about 14,000. And we are the largest regular survey of teachers in the UK, but we actually think the largest daily survey across the world. We aggregate the results, we show them on the app, and then we put them into our longitudinal database of teacher responses. Now, we started this in 2017, and one of the things we wanted to find out was, what is school like in normal times? So most of our questions in 2017, 2018, 2019 were about very normal things to do with a teacher's day. We would ask, where did you eat your lunch? We wanted to find out if teachers ate their lunch with colleagues or did they sit on their own? Did they bring a lunch or did they not eat a lunch? We would ask things like, in fact, we asked this week, how many marker pens does your school give you? In some parts of the country, you have unlimited amounts of marker board pens. In some schools, there are very fixed limits, and there are some teachers who buy their own. Increasingly, it's because they have environmental concerns, so they want to use particular brands. But also there are teachers who move between schools, so they don't get to use anything, they have to have their own supplies, or they have a particular brand and their school won't buy it and they like it themselves. So there were tiny little things that we were finding out about normal everyday life in school. And then we get to 2020. And I think everybody has a story about how they first realized that the pandemic was going to be huge. But here in England, I was doing a BBC slot on the news and I sat in a van doing a broadcast from outside my house because the studios had closed down. And I was sitting inside this little van when the Prime Minister and the Education Secretary came on screen and they announced that the schools would be closing and they didn't know how long it would be. Also that they were cancelling GCSEs and A-levels. Now, I know almost every country had disruption to their exams, and I'm sure it was as shocking for anyone in other countries as it was here in England. But the extra thing about GCSEs and A-levels, of course, is they are hugely international. They are taught all across the Caribbean. There are international schools all across the world that carry these qualifications. And so I knew if they were cancelling it in March, this was going to be absolutely huge. And for a moment in Teach Tap Towers, we panicked. We thought, what are we going to do? We had all of these research projects that we'd been planning. We had all kinds of trends we had been tracking, and suddenly schools were closed. And we thought the whole research project would have to stop. And then we remembered that because we're on teachers' own phones, it meant that we could still keep asking questions. And because we had the data before the pandemic, it also meant we were going to be able to see how trends actually change. And of course, over the next few years, we will keep going and we'll be able to see how things change going forwards. So actually, at this moment in time, what we've now got is 4 years worth of data, 2.5 years before the pandemic, 1.5 years during, and we're starting to get the first early ideas about what's going to happen in this more normal phase, although many of us are obviously concerned that it might still carry on for another few years in terms of disruption. I am going to therefore spend some of this session looking back, and I know you heard yesterday about some things that happened in the pandemic, but it's so overwhelming, it's hard to talk about anything for the future without looking at the pandemic in the past first. So I am going to talk about some things we've learned, but I also want to start linking it to the future and what that might mean for education going forwards. Specifically, this looks at primary and secondary schools, so age 5 through to around age 18 within England, but I will bring some of the Netherlands ideas in. I will mention about some other countries that we've looked at as well. What we don't cover is higher education and very early years. So you will have to bear with me if those are your specialisms. You might be able to bring some perspective on those later, but I don't have any data specifically to give you right now. These are the 4 topics that have come up as being quite important: anxiety, workload, technology, and morale. And in particular, we're going to start with anxiety because that's the slightly more negative one. And we're going to try and end on morale because actually there's a bit more of a positive flow on those. I'm also just trying to see if I can work out how to get on my screen, or if I can get on my screen the chat button, because it's a little bit easier if I can see you. But at the moment, I don't actually think I can get it up. So if you are putting things in the chat, I can't see it right now, but I will come back and have a look maybe after we've done anxiety. Helga or Klaus, if there's anything that is really important or urgent that I'm missing, do just jump in and tell me if needed.
I think at the moment we are absolutely fine, and we can see the chat, and Trine and I are monitoring it, and so far we haven't had any comments.
Perfect, thanks Helga. So we're going to carry on in style, and you could interrupt me if I say anything really overwhelmingly confusing.
Exactly.
Okay, So anxiety. Amazingly, this was something we started tracking in October 2019. And that means we've got data from before the pandemic. Our plan was to look at how anxiety changed over the year for a teacher. We had a lot of people say to us that teachers became very anxious at periods of time in the year where there were formal exams or assessments, or when they were getting inspected. In England, schools get inspected by Ofsted. They're external people who come in and they give you a grade. And we wanted to see if this anxiety pattern was true. So in October 2019, every Tuesday, we started asking our teachers about their work-related anxiety. This next graph is largely covered over, and it's because I just want to explain what you're looking at first, and then we'll unveil it slowly. And you might want to have some guesses as we go along as to what's going to happen. But here on the left-hand side of your screen, you should be able to see a series of wobbly lines that take you from October 2019 to March 2020. The dark green line are ordinary classroom teachers. So teachers who teach primary schools, they might teach English, maths, history, geography. Ordinary classroom teachers are the dark green line. The dark purple line are head teachers, principals, school leaders, those people who have responsibility for managing a whole school or more than one school. So there's two different lines. Dark purple is leaders, dark green is classroom teachers. And as you can see, in an ordinary time, about 10 to 17% at worst of teachers are feeling very, very anxious. This is just the group of teachers who show very high levels of work-related anxiety. So in October 2019, we had 14% of head teachers with very high work-related anxiety and about 11% of classroom teachers, and that stays fairly close together. February, it starts to go up because that's when we start to first hear about COVID. And then we get to March 2020. And if I had you move your arm in the general direction that you think this was going, I suspect your arm would go up the way and not down the way. Of course, you would be correct. What we saw was this. When schools first closed, there was a huge amount of panic, particularly from school leaders. And for the school leaders, throughout in England, our first lockdowns, it stayed very, very high. And this has been a pattern we've seen throughout. When schools are locked down and teachers are all at home, for the school leaders, this is extremely anxiety making. They get very, very panicked and very, very worried about the levels of uncertainty. And we saw very similar patterns also out in Netherlands. So it's high. Then for the classroom teachers, it dropped. Why did it drop and why did it stay low? One of the things we know is that being in school itself is quite stressful. You've got to deal with all of the children, you've got to deal with behavior, you've got to deal with being in different classrooms, you've got to deal with all the physical items. Being at home for teachers at the beginning was reasonably relaxing compared to being in school. And this was an era of lockdown when all teaching was remote, but it was early. There were no requirements on the teachers to have to do video lessons. They were still trying to figure out what to do. So we get very, very high levels of anxiety from leaders, low levels from the classroom teachers. Then we get into the autumn. And for us here in England, we had the schools reopening. I know many of you across Europe had the same thing. And so we start to see gradually the head teachers creeping up in terms of panic, and also the classroom teachers starting to find it difficult. They were having bubbles, they were trying to deal with children in different places. And here in the UK, we put a requirement, a legal requirement on all schools at this point in September that they had to provide remote learning for any child who was off school. So if you had a year group at home, if one child was at home with COVID, they had to be able to access online learning. And that was a huge learning curve for the teachers. It meant they had to do hybrid teaching. And if they themselves were at home, they were still expected to teach. And so their anxiety started to creep up and up and up until we get to January, at which point we had a second big set of lockdowns and the head teachers just went through the roof. It was very, very difficult for them. They just felt that they'd had their whole world ripped apart. Classroom teachers, very stressful at the beginning, period of time at home is less stressful, and then it came back up again. Now, the reason why, oh, sorry, and then there's a final bit, because we've got the latest data on this from the summer. Our schools reopened again around March time, and what you see is back to ordinary stress levels for the classroom teachers and high levels again for the head teachers. I'm just going to get us to look over this in total, because there's some really interesting lessons out of this that I think are useful for looking at education more broadly. First of all, these periods where head teacher anxiety is very, very high, those tend to be where there's lots and lots of uncertainty. In this case, it was about a pandemic. But actually, I think this tells us that whenever there is an uncertainty in an education system, if there's a new government, if there's a big change in curriculum, if there's a big change in exams, it comes with a lot of uncertainty, and that lands solely on those who are highest up in the schools. Everybody else is feeling it too, but they don't seem to be feeling it as much. And it does mean that when we're speaking with schools and talking with schools, we've got to be aware all of the time that if there are big incentives and changes happening within the system, then the senior leaders are likely to be much more distracted than the classroom teachers. The really extraordinary thing here is actually, if you look at the bar that the teachers are in ordinary times, it's not massively different throughout a lot of the pandemic. The stresses of a school are largely the same, whether you're dealing with bubbles and people being sick and people dying, or whether you're just dealing with the ordinary stresses of school. Ultimately, it's a reasonably stressful job. If you're at home, it gets a bit less stressful. And if you're dealing with lots and lots of extra hygiene, then it becomes quite stressful. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same. And for us, that's been a really interesting finding, because we're thinking to ourselves that everybody's had such a completely difficult time, but it's not been even. The senior people in schools seem to have had a much more difficult time than the classroom teachers. And some of the classroom teachers who actually managed to teach from home and liked it and got to grips with it and didn't have difficult lives at home seemed, some of them, to even quite enjoy it and have a bit of a relaxing time. So it's an unusual picture. It's a useful one to have going forwards. And it's a good reminder that not everybody feels the same about this all of the time. So for me, the thing about anxiety to keep an eye on is that it has been very high, especially for school leaders, but it's not been even all the way through. And it does mean that going forwards, we might have to have different conversations about effects of the pandemic, depending on who we're talking to. So then, how did working life change? What was that like for people? Well, as much as some people had a relaxing time, only 8% of teachers said they wanted to teach remotely forever. We gave them various different choices over time about this, but only 8% said they wanted to teach remotely forever. That's because many of them, as the meme shows on the left-hand side, just found it quite lonely. Talking into the abyss, trying to know if students were there or not, that was really challenging for them. They like being in school. However, we did find that around 40% of teachers said they wouldn't mind working in a hybrid model, in which they would teach some days in school and some days remotely. And this surprised us because generally teachers were not enjoying working from home. On a day-to-day basis, they said they found the technology irritating, they found it really tricky, and yet they did enjoy being able to be at home, avoiding the commute, being able to speak to their students in new ways through the chat function, through being able to share information individually in little group sessions, for example. They found that really innovative and exciting. And so, although we're probably not going to see huge amounts of countries moving to any kind of hybrid model soon, there is the fact that teachers are getting a taste for hybrid. There are increasingly organizations like OutSchool in the US who are offering online models where parents might start to say, well, actually, I don't mind my child being at home all day. I'd quite like them to teach. And teachers may want to start teaching in school 2 or 3 days a week, but teach at home for something like OutSchool more days of the week. And if we start to see that shift, it'll be really interesting to work out, well, what resources do those teachers who are teaching at home on online schools need? Do they still want the same resources as traditionally? Because they're not going to be passing textbooks around. They're not even going to be necessarily sharing the same kind of worksheets. What resources will they need to make sure that they can teach children that they teach in the morning in Cambodia and the evening in Canada. It's going to be a really different way, I think, of thinking about resourcing. One other thing about workload is that we saw planning time increased, searching for resources increased, and evaluating time on student work also increased when remote schooling was happening. Now, this is counterintuitive to everything that teachers have been told about technology. They are constantly told that technology is going to reduce your planning time, that you'll spend less time searching for resources, and that all of this software will help increase the time that you, will decrease the time that you spend marking students' work. And yet that wasn't what happened. Why? Well, one, teachers were thrown into this with no planning time. They weren't really expecting to have to do it, and they were having to work out very quickly how to change their curriculum. But we also have to remember that's how things are most years for teachers. Even in countries where you have set aside training days, and in England we have 5 training days per year, that's great. There are days set aside for training. But how much can you actually do in those 5 days to prepare for your year? Well, not a lot. And if you've still got to change how you're doing things to take technology in, then it is going to increase the amount of time you have to plan. It does increase the amount of time you have to search for the resources, and it does increase at least the time you have to spend setting up all of your online marking systems. And for that reason, we're concerned that teachers, if this was their experience, might actually feel more negatively about technology coming out the other side of this than are going to feel positively about it. But there is a glimmer of hope. We did ask teachers, given all of the changes that they've gone through, how likely are you to change things in the future? And there is, how likely are you to change the way you assess work so that you mark and give your students a grade? How likely are you to change your homework? And how likely were you to change your classroom teaching practice? And you'll notice that for primary, so under 11, and secondary over 11, we actually got the highest changes in homework on both of them. And we've seen this over and over again. We've asked this question in lots of different ways, and we're quite convinced that the thing that teachers feel most positive about, certainly in the UK, but we've again seen it in different other places, is homework. That they're starting to think, actually, I should be using technology to send children home with things to read, things to do. I can collect their work differently. Instead of bits of paper floating around, this is where they're interested. It's specifically in their homework. Also, though, quite a lot of them are going to be changing their classroom teaching practices. I think how they interacted with students on a one-on-one basis, being able to see them write down their individual questions in a chat box, that made a big difference to who was actually speaking to them. And the third thing we heard about is that with video content, many teachers felt it helped those students who would normally be considered an average student. A student who in a class might want to see you say something 3 or 4 times, but they can't do that in an ordinary class. They would be holding everybody up, so they struggle along and they try to remember what they heard. The joy of video is that they can go back and watch it 3 or 4 times. And we have something called Oak National in the UK, which has built video lessons for the whole national curriculum. And they've been looking at this, and they have seen there is a tendency for students to go back and watch again and again the most difficult parts of a lesson. And it's really making a difference as to how much the children can learn, how much they can memorize, and how much they really feel confident in their learning. So there's something about being able to review materials at your own pace, maybe review them multiple times, and do that at home, which teachers, I think, are feeling is quite powerful and wasn't really in the conversation, certainly in the UK, before. So that's the way that workload has changed. We're definitely seeing homework changing. They didn't find remote easier, but when it comes to certain parts of their practice, they might take bits of it and embed it in the classroom, or we might find that some of them want to go and teach remotely, and they will need resources to be able to do that. Which brings me now then to technology. This is the area where everybody felt things were going to change. They were convinced that we would be able to suddenly have a 4th revolution that by the time the pandemic was over, every child would have devices. It was the moment for technological changes. I'm not entirely sure that everybody has agreed with that. Certainly, we saw all across the world, the shortage of chips meant that there has been a shortage of laptops and devices. We've seen all across the world that in every country, it doesn't matter how wealthy, it doesn't even matter how wealthy the school is in a wealthy country, there will be some people who are unlikely to be able to access really top quality broadband, whether that's because they're in a remote location and it simply doesn't reach them, or because there is hidden pockets of poverty. We've even seen in our top private schools that they had some students who they knew were in homes where they couldn't access the internet, that this technological revolution that we all thought was going to come around perhaps wasn't as big as expected. Here in the UK, a little bit of context. Back in March 2020, sorry, that should be 2020, not 2021. In 2020, only 30% of our primary schools had any kind of online platform, and around 70% of our secondary schools did. So when the schools closed, actually the majority of primary schools simply didn't have an online infrastructure where they could share work with their students. That has dramatically changed. So if that was March 2021, we'd be looking at something like 60 to 70% of primary schools and up towards 90% of secondary schools. So we have had a big shift in terms of us getting online platforms. That's obviously been very different in different countries. Here in the UK, we're largely using Microsoft Teams and Google Classrooms. Other countries have taken different approaches. I know in Germany, certain states are, for example, building their own infrastructure. And that's, I think some people are more in favor of that and less in favor of that. But it goes to show that the starting point for these things is often much further behind than we were expecting. Almost every business worldwide could send people home with laptops and get on with things because they had an online interface. Maybe they use Slack, maybe you use G Suite. In schools, it was just that bit more difficult and we were that bit more behind. Even once you've got the online platforms in though, we've got problems with devices, and that's been up and down depending on the school and the country. But one of the most interesting questions we asked was about doing live streamed video lessons. And we asked the teachers, where would your internet be better? Would, in fact, you prefer to do it at home or at school? And as you can see, when it comes to video lessons, fewer teachers said that their school internet was going to be better than their home internet. In fact, again, in our primary schools, which haven't had that much technology, they were pretty convinced, at least half of them, that they would be better off at home. So when we think about the future of technology, we do always have to think about, does every school have the devices? Does it have the internet? Does it have the skill set to be able to use these, as well as the time and the inclination to train the teachers in using them? And constantly we find that the answer is no. Constantly we find that teachers say technology has failed for them that day, that they don't have access to enough plugs in their classroom, the sockets for the electricity, that they can't rely on battery life, that screens are flimsy. They are constantly worried about very, very practical aspects. And for that reason, particularly in the first lockdown, 50% of our schools that were in the most deprived areas still sent printed workbooks home. They sat, they printed them out, they stapled them together, and they sent them out in the old-fashioned mail, like through the post. That is how far behind they were. And if we lock down tomorrow, there would still be around 40% of our primary schools without sufficient infrastructure really to make these things work online. And that's despite having been forced legally. They could be, charged criminally if they didn't do this. It's still been very, very slow to drag our schools through in terms of the platforms. Another thing that was just a cultural thing and quite interesting was we looked at cameras. So what's your school's policy for cameras being on or off? And this is one where I've got some Netherlands data for you as well, just to compare. It's really interesting. The purples are where the pupils are required to have, the dark purple is where the pupils are required to have the camera on, and the light purple is where they're required to have the camera off. In our primary schools, actually, most of the time they weren't doing live video teaching, but they were required to have the camera on some of the time. some were required to have it off, but actually there was just a lot of choice for the teachers and the pupils. And in secondary school, biggest group, they had to have their cameras off. However, when you look at the Netherlands, completely different picture. In the Netherlands, teacher could decide for the class most of the time, but if anything, pupils were required to have their cameras on. And at secondary level, really massive here and a huge difference. 60% required to have their cameras on. In England, 42% required to have their cameras off. Now, this just goes to show us, again, when we talk about technological change and thinking through for the future, okay, maybe there's going to be more hybrid in the future. Maybe there's going to be more remote teaching. But what that even looks like is completely different in different contexts. It's different between primary and secondary. It's different between England and Netherlands in quite a dramatic way. How you would interact with a class, what sort of pedagogy and teaching, what sort of resources and materials you might use will be very different if you're doing cameras on and cameras off. And so this shows how hard it is really at the moment to make guesses about the way that things will go, or how different countries might decide that their rules will be, what will be considered ethical. Certainly in England, it's considered ethical to have cameras off. Our conversations with Teach Tap Netherlands was it was much more ethical to have cameras on so everybody could see each other and feel part of a community. And it just goes to show that we're not anywhere near understanding how all of this will shake out. We also can't assume that these changes are going to stick. Just last week, we asked a question that we've asked every year for the last few years about having a school-owned device. And if you'd have asked me, I'd have presumed that by now, almost every teacher must have a school-owned device that they can use at home or elsewhere for schoolwork, given that most of them will have been doing so over the last 18 months. And yet we're barely any further forward than we were in 2019. Back in 2019, 57% had a laptop from school. Now it's just 64%. And actually fewer of them have got tablets now than had them back in 2019 when they were seen as sort of a new and whizzy thing, whereas now we've all got a bit sort of jaded and bored from them. So we can't assume going forwards that we're going to see this technological revolution. We can't assume that because everybody muddled their way through that we've all agreed that this is the way that we do remote learning. And actually, we just don't know how it's going to end up. So my findings from all of this really have made us conclude that when it comes to a technological revolution, the starting position of a country really matters. If you're in a country, Estonia being one that comes up a lot, where actually there's a huge amount of infrastructure being put in place, where there is a big push to get everybody a device, then you're probably going to get towards a remote and technological future much quicker than a country like England, where actually we've been pretty behind. We're fairly skeptical. And even at the end of all of this, we've barely moved our position in terms of how many people have got laptops. Also, be aware there are some very culturally specific, nuanced aspects of online learning that are just coming to the fore, and we're only now trying to work out what is ethical, what isn't ethical, and those conversations can be very challenging and quite difficult. The final thing then is around morale, and then I'll come to some questions in the chat. So I know I can see one already, and I'll give some idea about how we use TeachTap for research projects. But if you've got any other questions, do please put those into the chat as well. So when it comes to morale, are we all doomed over the next few years? There's been loads and loads of news stories that say teachers want to leave, it's been stressful, it's been difficult. There's lots of people very angry at the government. We've now got vaccines being rolled out in different countries, some in schools, some not in schools, some for children, some not with children. What's going on? The interesting thing is we found throughout this consistently that teachers have been very proud of the support that they've given the students throughout lockdown. And they've felt that actually it's got better and better as time has gone on and everybody has got more used to it. Of course, that's going to happen. People are going to be proud of their efforts. And I'm not necessarily saying they should or shouldn't. I'm not necessarily saying that the parents and the families will agree, although actually we run something called Parent Ping in the UK, and we can see that this follows a similar pattern with parents. But gradually, teachers have realised they've gone through something massive, and I think that makes them identify with it even more. And the spirit and the feeling we're getting from schools now is they want to do so much more for their young people in the future. They want to take the lessons and really learn and change things, whether that's in assessment, whether it's in digital skills. There's so much desire and drive to change. It just really depends on whether or not they've got the technology and the resources to do it. And in particular, something we've seen, which you don't often see in England. Overall, we asked which were they more worried about for their classes in primary school, and later actually we asked parents and we asked secondary, and it was a very similar picture. Overall, our teachers have been much more concerned about the loss of social experience and well-being, the fact that young children, particularly in the early years, haven't been able to socialise with their friends, the loss of birthday parties, the loss of traditions, whether that's Christmas or plays in school or certain holidays and festivals. They seem very, very worried that children have missed out on those. Also that they've not been able to work in teams or in sport, compete in team sports. Those things do seem to be preoccupying our teachers and our parents. And as I say, in England particularly, that's quite unusual. England usually has a very traditional academic bent, and it worries a lot about exams. This isn't to say that people aren't worried specifically about the exam year groups, but this is a really imbalanced and unusual position to see people so worried about the social experience and well-being loss. So certainly here in the UK going forwards, there is probably going to be a bit of a shift. We're going to have to think about what we do about exams, and we are likely to be looking again at curriculum and resources around well-being, about social experience, communication, oracy, speaking, and I suspect that that will be echoed across other parts of Europe as well, because we tend to be the ones who are behind on this trend. I would expect other countries to be further forwards, given that's been the pattern in the past. So these are the things that 8,000 teachers over the last 2 years have really led us to believe. We have to be aware of the fact it's been a very uncertain time for leaders, but there are some teachers who've had it a little bit easier. And in terms of morale, they're feeling very proud and they want to get on, get back to normality and really start building for their young people. The places where we might see the biggest change are in homework and some small percentage of teachers who want to stay teaching remotely for a long time. And in terms of technology, how much will that be adopted? It depends on your country. It depends on what the starting position was, and it won't look the same for everybody. But there is definitely a will from the teachers to move more into that digital space. They feel a little bit more confident, but they're going to need the resources to help them to do this in the long term. I've got kind of 5 minutes before a break, and I can see I've got one question here in the chat. I've put a little camera emoji up at the top there, simply because I know sometimes after these events, you have to go back and feed back to colleagues and it can be hard to remember things. So this is the time to hit your screen save button, take a little snap of this, and then at least you can remember it. I'm going to turn it off in a second otherwise, and then I'll come to the questions and the chat. Helga.
Oh, thank you so much. We'll just change the, okay.
And I'm going to stop sharing.
That's fine. That's fine.
3,
Great.
1.
Great. Thank you so much, Laura. It was super to get all these sort of feelings and impressions we've had from teachers so far, underpinned by figures, first of all, but also some really amazing and surprising, I think, results. But Claes will start asking the questions.
Yes, there was one question in the chat. I'll read from a screen here on my left. Who can use the information from Teacher App for what purposes? And can you give us an example of a study that followed this research? Any comments, Laura?
Yeah, so we are open to commission. So we're often commissioned by research organisations. So the Nuffield Trust here in the UK is a big research arm. The Wellcome Trust have also commissioned us. And we work with Pearson, actually, who are a huge publisher. We've worked with on research as well. An example of the study is the anxiety study, which we were doing as part of a research study about exam anxiety. Since then, we have published several academic articles looking at anxiety. Also looking at anxiety of teachers compared to other professions. We don't find that it was worse. And we do find that it depended on people's mental health going into the pandemic as well. So there's some really interesting stuff out there about that. We also look at teacher recruitment and retention. So there's a few studies on those.
Thank you, Laura. There was another question here, very informative. It says, thank you. Any plan to extend the app to other countries and languages?
So at the moment, as I say, we're in Dutch, so we're in Netherlands and Flanders in Belgium. And we are currently having conversations about building a French version of the app so that we can cover French-speaking parts of Belgium. But we'd be really interested to speak with people. We have 2 university partnerships at the moment in those countries, but we are always interested in partnering with organizations where it might be helpful or useful in your space.
Yeah, thank you. Some of my colleagues in this room have a few questions. You know, there are a lot of publishers today in the audience. The question comes here, can your data and knowledge be used to improve teaching material?
Yeah, we've had people do that before. So we've had people ask questions about what you want to see in resources, for example. And one of our famous questions, I think we were very early days, we made it up ourselves, was around asking teachers whether they preferred a textbook, an editable worksheet, or they would like a chatbot software. And, you know, one of the interesting findings is the teachers that most want the technology we hear from are art teachers, so art and design. And yet very few people create curriculum material. They all go for English and maths, but actually the arts teachers are desperate for more curriculum materials.
Thank you. Just one personal question here. It's called Teachers tab. Have you ever wondered about the students? Is there a Students tab? And what would you expect to receive from the students? Would their answers be like the teachers? Would they the same pattern, or what do you think?
So we didn't do students because of actually complications with an app for under 13s. It's very difficult to have apps because of privacy issues.
Yeah,
However,
sure.
The Flanders team have built one. So in Belgium, there is something called WhatsApp, I believe, or WhatsApp, or so it's I guess is a phrase. And they've built it, and they have young people over the age of 13 giving questions, and they often find very different answers to what the teachers say. Instead, we did parent ping. So we asked parents a lot of these questions last year.
What would you expect to receive from the students, their hope for the future? Being at home, distance learning, and so on.
I mean, mainly they told us how much they cheated, I think, and how often they had little tricks for dealing with remote learning. That was the main thing. But I think they enjoyed. They didn't like being at home without their friends, but they enjoyed being able to ask questions of the teacher without everybody else hearing. Yeah. That was a very big thing that they liked.
Good. No more questions right now. I have a few more, but I think we will have them during the roundup discussion later.
No problem. Thank you.
Comes one here. Just a second. From Carlos Vidal. Talking about homework. Do you think computer-mediated homework will favor closed-ended rather than open-ended ones?
Yes, because I think that is how it will be sold in the first instance. So the way that lots of people are selling these resources is that it will save you time, and it will save you time if it's a multiple choice answer or it's an answer that can be quickly ticked off. That said, there is artificial intelligence now that is trying to assess open-ended things. Also, we have comparative judgment software. I don't know if you've seen this, where you can get 2 pieces of work next to each other and you kind of pick one over the other. And again, that's a small piece of software. It's not automated, but it's quite a clever way of doing open-ended, more automated homework.
Okay, yeah. I guess Morten, in a few minutes, he will come into some of these subjects too. Maybe he agrees, maybe he doesn't. We'll get back to that later. I think, Helga, maybe it's time for a small break.
It's time for my next slide, which says the conference continues at 2 o'clock. So time to have a quick coffee, or maybe not. but we'll welcome back Morten in a minute, and then we take it from there. And thank you once again, Laura. It was absolutely great. Thanks.
Thank you.
See you for the
See
panel.
you.
I really appreciate being given the chance to talk to you today. I want to thank everyone who is attending this session, and I'll start by acknowledging all the colleagues and students who made this talk possible by sharing their reflections. The past 2 years, I've had the privilege of working not only as a high school teacher, but also as a researcher. And my specific interest has been the digital ecologies offered for teachers designing for learning. Today, I'll zoom out and share some more general thoughts on teachers' role in balancing technology and pedagogy. First, I would like to set the scene by asking you to take a close look at this picture. It is an authentic and extremely hybrid teaching and maybe also learning situation that I witnessed almost every morning during the lockdowns. Please keep this scene in mind. We'll get back to it later. Since this being the last talk of the conference, you're all well aware of the title, Changing Teacher Roles in the 2020s, Impact and Effects of the Pandemic in the K-12 Classroom. In my opinion, it's essential for the designs of all kinds of materials for the educational sector that we understand what happened during the lockdowns. It seems that the COVID-19 pandemic presents a unique opportunity for understanding the new learning ecosystems and to rethink our assumptions about education in general and the roles of the teachers in particular. In the light of the crisis, many teachers felt the necessity of rethinking their roles. They experienced the need of re-examining their pedagogy, their ways of supporting students' learning tasks, and their image of students as learners. In my research and in my reviews of papers on the subject, revealing that the enforced experience of teaching online can give place to an integration of both physical and digital tools and methods for the sake of more active, flexible, and meaningful learning. The lockdowns urge the need for focusing beyond routines and understanding teachers' roles as active and creative agents, negotiators, and integrators of digital and pedagogical resources into meaningful teaching learning practices. The aim of this talk is therefore to share ways to understand the changing roles of the teachers and their new rooms for maneuvering. I'll try to provide an informed learning design suggestion and document this validity with teachers' reflections about possible futures for balancing technology and pedagogy. This shift requires new learning not only for students, but in particular for teachers. The level of digitalization of schools and underdevelopment of pedagogical strategies prior to COVID did not allow for a smooth shift. Instead, the shift from face-to-face to emergency remote teaching was by many teachers perceived as disruptive, aggressive, and downright disastrous. A report from the British Education Support assessing the impact of coronavirus on educational professionals' mental health found that 52% of teachers felt their mental health and well-being had suffered, either considerably or a little. The mental health of those working in education suffered more than those in other professions. A study from the University of Manchester and the University of London found that 27.3% of reporting a level of mental distress that is potentially clinically significant. In other words, the changing teacher's role might not be so easy to play if we keep playing them the way we did last year. But is it possible that these negative perceptions that were shaped by the experiences of emergency remote teaching disguised as online learning and teaching can lead to an overstated necessity of going back to normal without asking whether the pre-COVID instructional practices should be considered desirable at all? To be able to find the answers to these questions, I've documented and analyzed how teachers forecast the changing teacher roles and the balancing of technology and pedagogy in their future practice. First, I've asked the teachers, in your opinion, what role can distant learning play in youth education after the COVID-19 experience? Here's a sample of the replies filmed in mid-September 2021.
That students can more easily participate in class even though they are not present physically. It's also possible to put more variation into your teaching. You can use different digital media, both when you are at a distance, but also when you are in the same classroom. So you can vary it a bit more on how the teaching is planned.
It makes the role of the student more clear because the students are on their own most of the time. So they have to be kind of more disciplined. They have to be more responsible, and they have to make contact with these with people to make any progress.
I think that the COVID-19 experience with distance learning has made it clear that it is possible and a usable mean in youth education. The features of the online teaching platforms have provided new tools to facilitate learning online as well as offline. Personally, I continue to use some of these tools in the current learning space. I expect that distance learning elements will come back and be included more permanently.
The greatest lesson or the most important lessons that we've learned from teaching at a distance or online teaching is that the lack of energy between the teachers and the students, it's really, really hard to feel the energy.
Some of the benefits are reaching introverts, reaching a specific type of student that you don't get to reach in the common classroom.
From these answers, it has become clear that the COVID-19 experience pushed the digitalization of teaching and learning, of course. Teachers discovered that they can teach online. At many schools, colleagues formed spontaneous co-creating supporting teams, and the students adjusted to these practices and to the new expectations. Teachers who lacked a sense of self-efficacy regarding technology struggled greatly with the rapid shift online. Those already comfortable with technology adapted well and felt successful. And this illustrates that the lack of support likely reinforced already pre-existing levels of efficacy. But most teachers and students adjusted to the new situation, but also understood that online distant learning is often not the best option. For example, informal and group interactions are heavily reduced and evaluation seems less fair in general. Nonetheless, it has innovative affordances, that being the flexibility, peer feedback, adaptive technologies, and the possibility to see the teacher's explanations more than once and so on. The goal now is to keep what works and blend it with in-class teaching. The success of this blending does not depend on the tools or individual skills, but it might depend on teaching strategies and our answer to the question of the value of meeting in the flesh. Or as the Italian professor of media and education, Luca Buturi, formulated it, what is the real added value of meeting in person? The very meaning of the word attendance has already started shifting beyond the physical, reflecting instead a variety of ways of assessing and interacting with content, fellow students, and also instructors and teachers. What once looked like the only natural pattern for teaching and learning suddenly comes into question, and other patterns emerge as possible and sometimes even beneficial. The idea of a blended learning and flipped classroom approach has been promoted and researched as highly effective. Some teachers explain how online classes using Microsoft Teams or Zoom, for example, are much more face-to-face than is the case with in-class teaching. In my own research, educators very often mention the benefits of online face-to-face tutoring compared to more traditional in-class mentoring. Now, let's move on and take a close look at the answers to the next question. The question was, how do you think teachers' role has changed?
I think there are a group of teachers who can't see that they are different now. I'm sad to say. I think some teachers have had this as a necessary mean that they had to do it, and they have done it after in a way that they could, and now they have just gone back to the way it used to be. But I also see a group of teachers, I'm not sure if it's 50-50, but I've seen a group of teachers who have seen the possibility in distant learning.
That we are creators of learning possibilities. So we are facilitators of the students' learning experience. Well, it also motivates me that the more tools I have in the toolbox, it's more fun.
I had to let go of more of the control in the classroom. I had to think about teaching sequences where they could do in-depth work on their own, and I could be available as a counselor, or I could support them if needed.
The most important thing is focusing on the relation to the student and developing a personal relationship, developing a sort of a mentor relationship. The increased importance on being able to connect and pay attention to the individual student, the welfare of the student, and consistently ask if papers hasn't been handed in, if the student is absent, what's going on in your life, and try to open up that dialogue. That's one of the main things that I've learned.
In the interview, it became clear that those teachers who engaged seriously with the educational mission during the pandemic also developed a more balanced view of their relationship with technologies. More dystopian teachers discovered that technologies does not spoil education. They allow teaching and learning to continue also at a distance. The evangelist teachers, on the other hand, have experienced that when you move to fully online, many things are missing, not only in socialization, but also in actual teaching. It just is more difficult catching the teachable moments. These differences in role-taking among teachers are documented worldwide. In a Danish context, Associate Professor Jesper Tigge here at Aarhus University found the same pattern. After reviewing a number of research reports, he found that more than 80% of teachers expect to be able to transfer experiences from the lockdowns to normal teaching. But he also concluded that there seems to be a blind spot in research when it comes to the teachers changing rules and their experiencing the new designs for learning. In his paper, published August this year, he summarized the findings this way. The teaching methods must be developed so that they are adequate with the ontology and the phenomenology of cyberspace to which they must be designed and executed in general ways. In other words, we need to take a very close look at what teachers' actions, the activity that they designed for students' learning and how these designs actually worked. And as my colleague Christian Dalsgaard mentioned yesterday, teachers are the co-creators of the learning space, a space that at distance tended to dissolve. Teachers' social role is ensuring that such places continue to exist beyond their formal function. I even have the feeling that many teachers rediscovered that students are for them important, both socially and intellectually. Teachers realized that disruptive change can and will happen. No perfect routine is forever. This has become a part of their identity. Being a teacher is adjusting to the ever-changing and diverse needs of the students. Teachers' role involves caring for students, but also for colleagues. The disruptions around COVID-19 made new parts of students' lives visible. The breakdown of some settled assumptions about the limits of care has all combined to make this aspect of teachers' work more salient. Using the word of the Australian Professor of Education, Peter Goodyear, I think, he says, I think we'll see a flow of concepts and language from distance or online practices into the mainstream. In this, I hope we will see a growing realization that putting students' activities at the core of thinking about teaching is very helpful. What students actually do is what really matters in the end. And there's no doubt that we have gained more insight into the students' lives, among other things by getting an authentic look into their rooms and perhaps even greeting their families. We can see that the discourse around teaching is now indicating greater seriousness about design for students' learning, use of technologies, intended outcomes, and valued practices. When the educational model is mainly supported by technologies, this can affect teachers' identities and their approaches to teaching, conceived as more student-centered than teacher-dominated. More teachers now use a more constructivist theory, applying a variety of instructional methods in their efforts to respond to different ways of student learning strategies. One teacher said it this way: "We are not knowledge dispensers for our students. Teachers are organizers of situations in which students meet with a purpose, and we are adults that students can meet and interact with, formally but also informally. Technologies should support a wide range of learning activities and strategies. The teacher's role would be to encourage and to promote students' autonomy, guiding and supporting their learning process. In a technology-rich learning environment, the teacher acts as a tutor, organizer of the learning process, curator of the learning resources, motivator, and project manager of students' learning. The shift in teaching roles also implies a shift in student roles, who assures more responsibility for their own learning. I ask the teachers, what advice would you give to fellow teachers interested in providing the level of support that learners need?
I think some of the best advice that I can give is to be open to changing your teaching. Be more creative, see that your course can do a lot more things than sort of the traditional way of teaching, and also being open to making mistakes. we try to teach our students that it's okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them. And I think that's something that teachers need to do as well.
Of course, we have to be more focused and aware of each individual. So I think we need to have a more segmented approach to different student types.
In a blended environment, teaching can be complicated. So my first advice is to make it simple.
It can be used as a supplement, but it's non-negotiable that it's not possible to exchange physical education or physical teaching with online teaching. It shouldn't be the go-to solution just because a teacher is sick, or it has to have a specific purpose. It has to be done for a pedagogical reason.
Motivation is a key element in the success of students, and teachers play a critical role in this. To improve students' motivation, teachers must know how to give students responsibility, for example, through allowing them to lead learning activities, how to design work in group, facilitating social interaction that can get them excited building something together. During the pandemic, many high school teachers discovered that their students can be more autonomous than they thought. Summing up, the advice offers us an extensive list of suggestions from teachers. First, it's advisable to blend regulated activities with flexible ones. Secondly, to promote peer interactions and peer support so you can activate personal networks as a part of being autonomous. Thirdly, you should provide scaffolding to support autonomy rather than control over student activity. This includes offering tools for self-assessment so that students learn to ask for scaffolding when they need it. And the last, use whatever is at hand, physically or digitally. The design of authentic activities imply knowledge in the use of active learning methodologies such as problem-solving, game-based learning, problem-based and case-based learning, design thinking, inquiry-based learning, among others. And lots of experience like the ones involving beetroots mentioned in the headlines of a recent newsletter from the Danish Evaluation Institute. These and other active methods place the students at the center of the learning process, asking them to combine self-regulation, autonomy, creativity, collaboration, communication, and other generic skills, providing a significant impact on their knowledge. Formative assessment is another aspect related to students' motivation that could be included as a usual strategy, providing feedback continuously through activities that allow instructors to follow up with the students' learning process. Let's move on to the last question. The last question would be, overall, what can the experiences of emergency remote teaching teach to teachers? The main lesson here are to do with methods, concepts, and language. Many teachers teach unless something happens to change that, as they were taught. The experience of emergency remote teaching has disrupted that. The disruptions have shown that there are other educational practices available, that teachers have more choices to make. The right approach is not to imitate what is done in a traditional model and bring it to an online environment. If the context changes and other scenarios and opportunities arise, the design must be consistently and accordingly transformed. If we take the advantage of not starting from scratch, then we should use this experience as an example. Learning design is crucial for any education purpose, but when this purpose is delivered online, design is essential. The most important advice is that face-to-face and online learning needs not to be identical but equivalent in pedagogical value and learning outcomes, and they have to be supported by sufficient learning aids of various kinds. At least 3 dimensions should be included as design principles. First, and maybe most importantly, flexibility. The design of the learning environments must be flexible in the sense that it is consistently transformed according to the contextual learning conditions. Secondly, empowerment. Even young students need a voice and a place in their learning process. Empowerment can be supported by the technologies we choose to design and to use, and it leads to a greater sense of responsibility, which in turn can lead to greater motivation. The third dimension would be empathy. Designing teaching materials that can help transcend the distance in time and space, but also the social distance. This includes developing pedagogical strategies and teaching methods that bridge the distance between the teachers and the students. To conclude this talk, I'll return to the picture of my daughter as she sat there at the breakfast table with her cell phone, her iPad and her PC. Like most other students, she worked on many platforms simultaneously. Microsoft Teams was her link to her teacher. She negotiated and shared understandings of the tasks with a handful of other students on a Discord server. On the iPad, she solved the tasks in collaboration with other students. It all played together very nicely in a single but multidimensional digital learning ecology. This illustrates that from the student's perspective, online teaching is not ordinary teaching through a computer. It requires careful design and consideration of various components which needs to be thought about in advance given the necessity to anticipate learners' needs and expectations. Given the rich area of possibilities within what can be broadly called teaching and learning with technologies, these initial hints of digitalization can easily give a place to innovative and effective blended or simply technology-enhanced forms of teaching and learning. However, as my expert interviews showed, for this to be possible, several aspects shall be taken into consideration. All of these factors are, in varying degrees, relevant to the development of new digital teaching materials. As far as I can see, educational publishers would benefit from taking a close look at the experiments teachers all over the world has designed for their students to be able to learn online, on-site, or in hybrid learning spaces. The only thing worse than this crisis is the tragedy of wasting it, in the sense of failing to learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation, Morten. This video presentation. We are back live again from the studio here at Systime with Morten sitting next to me. No questions in the chat yet, but I have a few initial ones we can jump to. Coming here, you talk about students using many resources and devices. You showed the picture of your daughter, and I could have shown a picture of my son looking exactly the same way. Some might think that this could lead to chaos or be unpredictable, maybe even a waste of time. Do you have any comments on that? Maybe tips or tricks?
First of all, it's a highly relevant question and a very difficult question to answer straightforward. And it's very important that you see what I suggested not as a solution or suggestion for what we should have done in emergency remote teaching. It's kind of trying to look forward. What can we do with all these technologies? And I found that, as you mentioned, your son and also my daughter, they used these technologies in a way to handle a new situation. And I don't think we should limit their access when we plan for more complex technologies in the learning. Then it can be fruitful for them to use that. But it's not easy. And of course, my perspective is also on K-12 teaching. So these are more mature students.
Yes.
But they, at least the ones I'm teaching, they are quite mature. And it of course lays a pressure on us as teachers to develop a more well-defined kind of epistemic designs, what I call the tasks that we're giving to the students and what we're asking them to do, but also social designs. Who's got this and that responsibility? Who is, like teachers have roles, so do students in a group collaborating, and we need to design, as teachers, we need to design how these social interactions and responsibilities should be shared. And that being said, as Christian mentioned yesterday, you are designing a learning space, and these learning spaces, they differ whether or not it's hybrid, physical, or online totally. And in my opinion, we shouldn't force a model where everything is online like it was. That's not my suggestion at all. But if we use online teaching, we should be aware of the students' ecologies of resources, what they've got at hand at home, instead of just considering what they would have if they were at class and just copying the same solutions.
Yeah. I guess some of this is up to the teacher or to the school, finding ways of handling this. You mentioned flexibility, empathy, and empowerment. Of course, part of this is up to the teacher or the school. But we are a lot of publishers today, as you know. And I will ask you, as I asked Christian yesterday, could you see the publishers have a role in this? How could they help getting back to an even better normal life?
I'll say this way, it's not only a problem for publishers to adapt to these new circumstances, it's actually a true dilemma. Because the dilemma lies within that when you make traditional textbooks, they are often designed in a way building on behavioristic assumptions, that if you tell them the right answer and then they rehearse, the students rehearse, and then at the exam they can go back and they can tell you whatever was in the textbook. But what I've seen is that if we open up this learning space and make the students the producers, and I've done that several times, and I know that it can be done. We have had years back a textbook here at Systime, where some of my students, some of my colleagues, they worked together in collaboration. They made a textbook and it won gold at the Belmer Prize Reward. Exactly. So this kind of collaboration can be done if we ensure that the scaffolding is the right one and that we have the right amount of help to the students at the right conditions. But as a publisher, that gives you some problems, because then you can't just deliver right answers.
No, but you could maybe, or we could as publishers, help scaffolding. I guess.
I definitely think we should, or you should, and you could do that by using the technology already at hand. For example, some publishers have kind of technology where you can add, or the students and the teachers can add materials to the textbook itself, or can remove it, so they can build some of it. The scaffolding, the technological scaffolding is already in the book, but you can some kind of adjust it to your needs and make it the right level for your own teaching.
So educational material as a more flexible thing?
Yeah, as a framework. More like a framework,
where you can take things away or add, add stuff.
I've seen that done,
we have a few questions in the chat from Torben Arntoft. I read it loudly. If teacher roles change, teaching change, should we then also change the evaluation exams? Is this being discussed as well between researchers? Good question, I think.
Definitely, that's not within my field of research, though, but it's a very, very interesting question nonetheless. We have done some experience with that. As you mentioned, I've been a part of the team working on the Danish curriculum for the innovation as a subject in high schools. And what we did was we tried to make this kind of a more production-centered or student-centered kind of evaluation, where they were given not an assignment but a challenge. And so far it has been working for 4 or 5 years, and there's not been complaints from teachers or students yet, which is a good sign, because they will probably do that. So I think there can be made adjustments, but of course it depends on, you would say, the signature pedagogy. What kind of subject are you teaching? That differs a lot also on how you can adjust the exams to a new teacher role.
Yeah, arts and math are not
definitely
similar
different,
subjects. Another question here from Janja, who we will meet in a few minutes. It is fascinating how teachers and schools are transforming. What's happening on the system level? What changes should be introduced there to support teaching and learning on the system level? Any comments on that?
Yeah, those are huge questions. I'm actually asked to do a talk in front of the Principals Union next week. And they're asking pretty much the same questions, but I do suddenly hope that I come up with better answers than I'm going to give you now. That the trust in teachers. Now we heard Laura telling us about how teachers were examined almost and given grades. Fortunately, we do not experience the same thing in Denmark. But trust in all the system. We need to be able to trust the students if we want them to produce usable and if we want them to collaborate in a trustful way in teams, we need to trust them. And we can't do that if they're not trustworthy. So you're going back, and even in kindergarten, you need to give them the sense of trust always, and to the highest level, of course. The Ministry of Education, the principals, everybody need to loosen up a little bit. I think that's the only solution we got.
I don't know whether that answers the question.
No, but that's a structural level.
But Janja will be here in a few moments, so you can elaborate on that.
Definitely.
Maybe. One final question, maybe. If there's not more in the chat, could be, I guess in your research, you've seen a lot of things going on out there, and some things succeeded, some things didn't succeed. You have a story or two, what you could bring forward in the coming years of good ideas or tips and tricks that we have learned from the lockdown period and that should continue, in your opinion?
I think the most important lesson I've learned is not actually from own experience, but some teachers use, you could call it playful learning, or a more unconventional or informal way to enter these new learning spaces. So if there's a new type of technology, don't try to enforce what you used to do, but make it fun to investigate what does this kind of technology, what enables it us to do. So again, it's about loosening up a little bit, but it's also about figuring out with your students what possibilities do I have, and that it's okay to make mistakes. And that's really something everybody says, but I see a lot of teaching where, teachers are very anxious. I myself are very anxious to lose face, so to speak, and to set the scene. Now we are going to be silly. At university level, we even said, have a drink. So everybody's losing up. Now we're having a party. Let's see what this technology can do. That's one very important learning, that loosening up at the beginning especially is. And also the second kind of advice I would give is to go more into students' productive work. I've seen so many students grow when they were given the time and the technology, of course, but most importantly, time to do it right or do it as good as they could, instead of always being forced to be in a hurry.
Interesting.
And it was brilliant work from these students.
Very interesting what you're saying about allowing yourself to to do mistakes. I don't remember one single teacher with that from my own period at school having that mindset. They were perfect.
And always trying to keep that appearances.
Which of course is good very often, but allowing yourself to do mistakes and be uncertain. Yeah. Interesting. I think we have a few more in the chat. I think it was Helga writing, the system, I guess, is also curricular. In many countries, they are very rigid still. That is slowing down developments. And I guess that's right. We can sit here and talk from a Danish perspective, other countries with other traditions.
But that's right, of course, and that's the perspective I've got on this. But to see what students learn as competences instead of curricular facts, because I think in the coming years the textbooks will be under attack. Fake news, different kinds of realities, so to speak. So we'll be under attack, and that's an attack I think we should consider how to navigate under this attack.
Yeah. Very interesting, Morten. And Morten will be a part of the panel discussion, round-up discussion here in 5 minutes. We will have a short break now, and we'll follow the chat. If I missed anything, excuse me. We might take up some of the missed questions in the round-up discussion. Helga and I will be back in 5 minutes.
I just have to say something here, because I've been trying to chase Murdo, who's still teaching, and he hasn't appeared yet. But
no.
But
Janja is here.
Janja is here, and if not, so will. And the interesting thing will be that Murdo is coming in cold, because he's neither seen Laura's nor Morten's presentation. But that should be interesting. But we shouldn't forget to say thank you to Morten, because I think that was absolutely great, and a lot of work must have gone into that research, and that presentation is super. Thank you. So
Yes,
see you
thank you,
in
Morten.
5 minutes.
See you all in 5 minutes.
Okay.
It is 2:45.
And I haven't found Murdo, so we'll start without him, I think.
So we'll have a panel minus Murdo. Maybe he joins later during the discussion.
I'm sure he will. I'm watching out for him. I've WhatsApped him. I'm like Morten in his last presentation, using all my different channels of contacting him.
All your devices. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good. Let's continue. I think there's no reason for introducing the panel members. We have heard and seen Laura. We have heard and seen Morten. And Janja, you were with us yesterday. So let's just jump into this. Yesterday,
sorry, Claire, sorry to interrupt, but I think there are some people here who weren't here yesterday. So Janja, could you just say a couple of words about yourself?
Oh yeah, hello.
Sorry, Claire.
That's okay.
I'm principal at the primary school in Slovenia, close to the capital city, and we have 1,100 students aged from 6 to 15, and we have 5 buildings, so it's quite a challenge to connect everything and everyone. We've been through 3 lockdowns, and at the moment we are at school, but 7 classes still at home because of the situation. So
yeah. That's how it is. Yesterday we were talking about most of the time of the lockdown period, and I hope today we can focus more on the future. And we've heard interesting things from Laura and from Morten, and there's room for discussion here, I think. please feel free, all the attendees, to write in the chat. I guess there will come some questions there, but we can start here with one I've written down on a piece of paper. As the tradition is, there's a lot of publishers today in this conference. Publishers deliver content and we leave the teaching to the teachers. And that sounds quite fair, but I wonder whether it should be like that in the future. Should we, as publishers, maybe in some way try to push the development in some kind of direction when it comes to teaching? Or could we help even more than we are doing today? I don't know. We could start at you, Janja. Any comments on that?
As you introduced the question, I thought when someone comes to your house and try to sell you a machine or a hoover or something, iron or something, they always try to convince you why it's good to have it, how to use it, and things like that. So I think that model can to some extent be, let's say, modeled by publishers as well, because as I asked before, that what's happening on the system level, because the changes are really rapid in schools and teachers are changing, and the way they teach and so on. So also the materials are changing, and in that respect, let's say publishers can develop some useful, not only materials, but also ways how to implement that, how to use that in teaching. And because you also cooperate with teachers, you are, let's say, on the level that's changing, right? So I think that here it's your power and possibility and opportunities for the future.
Laura, any comments?
I mean, I think one of the things that publishers have always done really well is share the content. So not just the creating, but the sharing. And if anything, I think the teachers might be coming into the publishers space more than the publishers come into the teachers space, in that teachers now are more able than ever to create new materials. They're more able to share it themselves. So 20 years ago, you could maybe make a CD and share it with a friend, but now you can upload things, you can share them very easily. And especially as things have gone online, they've become much easier to share. I suppose where there's still a big value add is being able to work out what the best of those things are, so that teachers don't have to spend a long time looking, but also the package that they come in, like what is the tool that will help people share, or what does that package look like? And so I think the trend will be that publishers, instead of just looking at content or going into teaching, are going to think more about software, tools. How do you help people share their own content? That might be more of the trend. And teachers are very bad at listening to what people tell them to do. They just do, you know, when you're in a classroom, you do what you need to do. And so I think sometimes you have to go with what the teachers want more than trying to tell them what they want.
Yeah. You should be careful, I guess so. Yeah. Morten, any comments?
Yeah, I think that there might be a problem in the assumptions behind your question, because it's not either you tell teachers what to do or you don't, because even when you don't, you do interfere in their teaching by just, as I mentioned before, giving them answers or giving them this kind of material, and they try to adopt it and they try to adjust it into their teaching, but it still provokes some patterns of behavior. So no design is value free. That's my point. So what Laura said about co-designing and letting teachers into the design room is a very good option when it comes to finding the right level in the particular tool or material that you're designing.
Yeah, I see at least two trends. One of them is the one that you're mentioning, Laura, where teachers are producing content, educational material themselves. That is one trend, and it might have become easier. Another trend is that teachers, at least in Denmark, are very, very busy people. And if they, apart from teaching, also have to produce their educational material themselves, they simply cannot do that. They haven't got the time. So it might be an opportunity for the publishers to help them. Yeah. Morten, there was a question here about closed-end activities. You mentioned an American researcher who had some ideas of how you could do a kind of blended learning, or several areas you could go through. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
She was actually British.
British,
from London. But the thing about open or closed end is that what we see, at least here, is that we have both. We have both the testing, the surveys, the screening going on, and it is being used in online education and in blended learning as well. So I think that is possibly one direction that our kind of teaching is pointing as well. But if we want to make truly blended learning more efficient or more motivating, I think we could listen to one of the big scientists within this field of learners as designers, Diane Lerlar from UCL, and she is pointing to the fact that we have at least 6 different ways of learning or types of learning, where we can say that you're rehearsing in one type or you are collaborating with another type. And her framework, I think, would be very giving when we try to design new materials for learning in also a commercial framework.
This is really interesting, because there is a trend, at least in some countries, that it's going very much towards a multiple choice world. And personally, I think that would be a pity. Janja, any comments on that? How is it in Slovenia?
Well, I think that because we are a small country with 2 million people, publishers cooperate intensively with teachers, and especially with teachers who are, let's say, high quality practitioners, and they provide a kind of a input of ideas and good practices and materials that then can be developed and shared. But maybe what's interesting at the moment is that in Slovenia, parents can decide to educate children at home, and they, at the end of school year, they just pass some exams, let's say tests for certain subjects. So at the moment, this number of students who are in primary schools who are educated at home is 1,600. Last year it was 600.
Okay, growing.
So, yeah, and that means that parents need to work out, let's say, how they are going to teach their children. And there's another niche for publishers to provide parents who took over the position of teachers for all subjects by themselves.
Laura, how is it in the UK? Is it going towards multiple choice or a more creative, productive-based learning?
We've had about 10 years of moving in a very knowledge and fact-based direction. So our education system is obsessive with retrieval practice, memory, working memory. This is where all of the research and trend is at the moment. So it's more on the multiple choice fact retrieval end of things. I also think that in England, we have scale. You know, when people create things in English, they are looking at it thinking, I can sell this in many, many countries to many different people. And so they want it often to be very scalable and cheap. And the way that you do that is you make it very fact-based. Whereas obviously when you're in a smaller country, although you have to put more in and it isn't as scalable, you can often get a very niche group and they'll pay a lot more and you can do something very personalized. And that's one of the ways that England, we look as if we should have an advantage because we operate in English, but actually most people when they work in English want that to work internationally, so it's less specific.
Welcome to you, Murdo.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to, I'm not using my headphones today because they were getting on my nerves yesterday. I just want to check that you can hear me. Is everything working okay?
Everything is fine.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Helga wanted to say something. Is that correct?
Not really. I just used the wrong gesture. There you are. I didn't do I went There are cultural differences, Murdo.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not being very intercultural this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. There's a comment here in the chat from Carlos Vidal asking the ABC framework. I don't know, Carlos, whether that was a comment for Morten or who. Is that the name?
I think it's just the name for the framework that Lola has developed and also is developing and spreading all over Europe at the time. But it's for publishers, I think it's very convenient and easy to use as an inspiration for adjusting the epistemic design dimensions in the textbooks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Murdo.
Yeah. Could you perhaps just explain what the ABC framework is? I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, it's a huge and theoretically well-funded framework. I'm not an expert in it, but the main thing that we could use is that it has 6 distinct types of learning that it describes, from the individual to the collaborative, from the very simple rehearsing to the very complex investigative or producing individual learning types. So it's a framework that you can use to navigate or to assure that you have a flexible way of teaching and the students have a flexible way of learning.
So Claire, now I have a question. I have a question for Murdo, because Murdo didn't actually hear these 2 great presentations by Laura and Morten, but of course you can later watch them. But we were talking a lot this afternoon about learning design and that it's essential, and how teaching materials and learning materials have to change. For you, sort of coming in cold, what is the most important step that has to be done now to sort of give you help to continue teaching and adjust to the new normal, which Laura and Morten both pointed out will be, if not totally digital, but will incorporate a lot of digital material?
Yes, well, one of the, that's a good question. One of the big challenges, which I think many teachers are facing, is to provide material which is more individualized. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. To provide material which is more individualized for a large number of students. As I mentioned yesterday when I was whining about it, I have 34 kids in my classes. And it is almost impossible to cater to the abilities, most importantly, of the different groups of kids. The groups that I have are extremely heterogeneous. And we have kids whose English is really quite accomplished. And I have some kids in some of my classes whose English would not even be acceptable at primary school level. but there they are. They're in my class, and so I have to do something with them. Now, what I don't want to do is to spend all my time catering to the lowest common denominator, catering to the kids who are weakest. And that is a strong tendency when you are teaching with a large group, is that you make sure that everybody at least knows the basics, can at least achieve the basics. And that means that there are a significant number of kids in the class who may be bored and who may be under-challenged. And I feel bad about that. And I think what needs to happen is that it will become easier, either both in terms of course books and paper-based material, printed material, but also easier in terms of digital material, to quickly allow the more able kids to move on, to do something, either to move on in the topic you're teaching at that moment, or to move on to something else, which is an extension of what you're teaching at the moment. One of the things that I would like to be able to do, but it's technically it's difficult in terms of the technology, and also in terms of the content, is to be able to, while I'm teaching, looking after the kids who are struggling, that I can have a digital part of the classroom where the more able kids are then working collaboratively on something more advanced, something which suits their abilities more. I mean, at the moment, we do have, as you can see behind me, we do have a library, but we also have an English book cupboard. At the moment, I just hand them out novels and let them get on with it. But it's very unstructured. It's not they're not really working together. There's reading a book, which, I mean, reading books is always worthwhile, but I would like something a little bit more than that. I think the opportunities that we would have with digital material, with digitally based material, would fit that need perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah. At least one actual trend right now is adaptive learning and adaptive learning material. As I hear you, Murdo, that's what you need. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so. And also material which can be adapted by the pupils themselves, by the students, because we're talking about students who are intellectually and in terms of their skills are just more advanced than some of the other kids, so they could deal with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Any comments, Morten, on adaptive learning and adaptive learning material?
If I understood correctly, then it should be the students themselves kind of controlling the
adaptivity.
Adaptivity, yes, sorry. Which is an interesting thought, I think, because often it's a kind of surveillance, almost.
A system running.
Yeah.
Laura, adaptivity, do you hear that word in the UK amongst teachers?
Yeah, I think adaptive learning there is a big push for, and I'm really glad Meadow brought this up, because earlier when you and I were talking about the busyness of teachers, so teachers often create a lot of material. Publishers will say, well, they don't want to because they're very busy. But one of the reasons they do is because of this issue that Murdo talked about, which is you get one resource, one book, one worksheet, but to make it work for 30 children, you often have to adapt it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And actually the ideal world is to have that on the publisher side, to do that adaptation by having different paths that the children can go down potentially, or giving us a variety of different things. But it's hard. And the more that machine learning is able over time to get good at this, it will help with those tools and with those adaptations. And that's one of the reasons I do think that the software and the tools become very much part of the publishing more than previously printing, sort of did. I think the tools become themselves part of the whole thing.
Yeah. Right now, I can see 2 ways 2 directions for publishers. One is to go the tool way and design or buy these adaptivity tools, make it kind of machinery. Another way is to, what we do very often here at Systime, make learning material as a kind of buffet with a huge amount of tasks and task types, and then it's up to the teacher to pick and choose for the individual students. I think both can work, but of course, if the teacher has to pick and choose, it takes time. That's how it is. Modo.
I just wanted to add to that point, Klaus, that one of the problems as well with the children that are much weaker is that they need a lot of leadership, and they basically need a teacher to tell them what to do, and they need a teacher to tell them what to do all the time. Yep. So that then occupies my time, while the more able kids would be able to work more autonomously, more collaboratively with each other, etc. So it's kind of like I would like to have 2 classrooms, or even 3. That I would like to be able to make sure that the weakest kids are actually doing something and are actually learning, while the more able kids are not being stopped by me from learning, from progressing. And that is in fact what is happening. Because of my teaching of the class as a whole with 34 kids, the more able kids are actually being slowed down by me.
Which is not good. Helga?
Sound on? Yeah. Actually, I would like to pick up on that and on something that both Laura and Morten said today, and I would like to ask Janja this question also. We were briefly sort of talking about video, and Laura was sort of saying that video is a great thing for getting students to watch something more than once individually, so they are not just reliant on the teacher. And I think this also works in other classes, not just in English. It just happens that here we are sort of mainly talking about English lessons. And Janja, do you see some mileage in that? Would it be for your students and teachers a good idea if publishers provided videos on different topics, maybe even math?
Especially math.
Especially, okay.
Let's say teachers provide numbers of videos because it's, let's say, especially in math, it's simple and very useful because they can watch them again, and then they can, it's much easier and less intimidating, as if you don't understand something during the class, to ask the teacher, but then you just see, watch the video again. And these videos are usually very short. Let's say short chunks of knowledge is covered in one video. So let's say from 2 to 5 minutes. And these videos can be watched either before the lesson, during the lesson, after, on their own, and re-watched during the online session with teachers and be used as a source for discussion. But I think it's important that it's short.
Meadow?
Yes, could I just add to that? A very good point from Janja, that I know that some of my colleagues are using short videos in mathematics, and one of the things that we all notice, in fact, even as an English teacher, is the weakness of many students in mathematics. These short videos are very useful, and some of them are provided by publishers. Some of my colleagues have actually made some of their own videos as well, which is of course extremely time consuming. I myself also teach history and politics, and with some of the videos, particularly ones which are more than about 2 or 3 minutes, because usually for history and politics you need more than about 2 or 3 minutes. I often get the kids to watch the videos on their own smartphones instead of me just showing it centrally in the class. And I hope, for my concept behind that is, of course, that they learn at different speeds with watching the video themselves. Now, these are videos that I have to find myself, and sometimes I wouldn't exactly say edit. I don't have time to edit videos. That would be far too time consuming. But to maybe select parts of that video and show only a selection of the video. In many cases, it would be nice if some of these videos were actually available from publishers, and I was able to say, okay, there is a text which covers this content, but there is also, alternatively, there is a video which is relevant to this content. So we could have some people actually enjoy working on text, believe it or not. And some people could work on texts and some people could work on videos. Or I could even say to some students, okay, you're going to work on the text. I'm not giving you a choice. And the others are going to work on the video, and then we'll meet later to talk about the content.
There's no doubt that during lockdown, there's been a lot of video meetings, and there's been a lot of video watching. And I'm sure that will continue when we are back to normal life. I don't know whether you, Morten, know anything about research on video, and what does the students say? What's the outcome of watching video?
Actually, I've been teaching a course at university where we tried to figure out what kind of patterns in the use of video that was on the market or was being used. And it seems that there's a huge possibility here for improvement. I find that videos can be stepwise, so that there's a short video, like mentioned, and then the students should do something to continue the video, and there could be a tree structure, like the students should choose a special story, a video told story. There's so many concepts that could be adapted and used when producing educational videos that I do not see in the market yet, but they are out there and they're already developed. So a flipped classroom, of course, most teachers know this concept, but when I've observed teachers using it, it's only half-hearted. I think there's much potential.
Any comments, Laura, on video? What do your teachers say?
Yeah, we looked at this before, actually, to see, even before the pandemic, how much they were using video in the classroom, and it had really been growing quite substantially, even between 2017 and 2019. There are copyright issues, and that causes lots of problems. Some schools don't care and use everything anyway. Other schools are getting much stricter and more aware of it. So it depends on if they hear somebody getting in trouble. And during the pandemic, that really came to the fore, because teachers were sharing video, like sharing films and video clips over screens, which is a whole other legal issue as well. So I do think there is a desire for it, and anyone who can help clear up some of the legal picture and make teachers feel as if they're doing the right thing by using the video has an advantage.
Yeah. Helga?
It's a long way for my mouse to find the microphone button. We were saying earlier, also still on this topic on video, and it's a question for Morten mainly, I think, because actually one of the publishers in the EEPG in Bulgaria, Prosveta, they have done during the pandemic, have done a huge effort and produced hundreds and hundreds of video lessons for for the classroom. But and this is, I'm not criticizing them here, but the problem with this is that they are complete lessons. It's like at university, a teacher is teaching for 45 or 30 or 20 minutes, is teaching a topic. And I think, and Manu, we have discussed this, that a classroom online is a completely different classroom situation from the actual one, a digital classroom. So how does learning design impact that? I mean, how do we have to look at learning and design to produce something that's more useful than just a recorded lesson, I think. I mean, my question to Morten, but anybody, of course, is welcome to comment on that.
I see the best designs are the ones where you use videos as the part of a puzzle, and the students are trying to fix this puzzle, trying to combine the parts to make a story or to make an argument or whatever. So it becomes active learning. In the design process has several steps. You can design this video puzzle, and the students can design their interpretations of what kind of narrative that's in this puzzle. And when they do that, they see the videos and they try to understand what kind of meaning does this specific part contains, and try to make up the story or the argument. So I think you have to look at videos as something much more like the bricks you could build your house of knowledge with, instead of a full lecture. I think that was also what you said, actually.
Yes, not just passively absorbing, exactly. Watching a video, but having to work with it, solve tasks, so on. Yeah. There's a comment here. Miljenko writing, I'm producing videos as short information on some topic, usually 1 to 3 minutes, and that's the same experience I have. Murdo, please.
I just wanted to reply to that interesting comment from Miljenko Hajdarovic that yes, there are a lot of videos around on history topics. They tend to be, as somebody mentioned before, I think it was Laura, they tend to be very factual. They give you facts on a particular topic. And there are lots of videos on YouTube by various history teachers. There's a very famous German history teacher who has produced lots of videos on various topics like the American Revolution or whatever. These are great, but what I particularly find important about video beyond providing facts is to provide a moment of reflection for the students, that they actually have to interpret the video. It's not just a case of saying, okay, these are the facts and I can note them down and then I will pass a multiple choice test on the video. It's a case of saying, okay, what is this video actually trying to tell us? And that is why I particularly prefer, when I'm using video in class, whether it's history or politics or English or whatever, to have something which doesn't provide answers 100%. To take the example from Miljenko about history, a video in which you have an eyewitness account, for example, of an event, has to do with emotions, has to do with personal reactions, etc. And I find that more interesting in history than a video which just purely gives you the facts, even though a factual video is quite efficient. Thank you.
I would like to continue. We had a small chat, Laura, earlier about what the students said. Maybe Janja and Murdo, you could have an opinion here. Going back to normal life, are there any topics where your students say that was good during lockdown? Could we have that now when we are back normal again? Any experience there, Janja, Murdo?
Well, some of them they got all the tasks on Sunday evening, and then they were able to organize the way they learned during the week. Whereas the other group was those who followed the timetables and meetings with teachers and so on. So that's another way how they we have to differentiate, give small chunks and then give tasks for students to do that. And some students, let's say those who are really interested in history, And during this lesson, they were not able to go so deeply into the topic. When they were at home, they were able to explore the topic more, and they had some individual sessions with teachers. So basically, our teachers work much more, and some students have much better knowledge now. I mean, they got better knowledge from the time when they worked from online than now at school, because as Murdo said, that as a teacher, you cannot support those students who are really promising, because you have to follow a kind of an average so that you cover everyone. And this is the opportunity and the challenge, how to, if I say directly, feed the need for knowledge for those who can and will.
Murdo?
Yes, well, I'm tempted, of course, to give a kind of flippant answer and say what my students miss most about the Corona time is staying in bed until 11 o'clock in the morning, or watching Netflix for 3 days. But actually, what I think I mentioned this yesterday in my very brief talk at the beginning. That what a lot of students miss is the time when we had split classes.
You have split classes?
Yeah, where we were teaching half the class, and so they were actually in much smaller groups, and they were able to. It was more relaxed. There was less noise, and they were able to work more intensively with each other. And because the class was smaller, I was able to be more spontaneous and say, all right, well, if you want to explore that avenue, let's do that. So instead of following my lesson plan, because my lesson plans, as I say, are intended for fairly large classes. So yeah, that is something which they have actually said that they miss. Yeah.
Are you able to bring that, to continue doing that now when you're back to normal?
No, well, the short answer is no.
What a pity.
Yeah, it is actually a real pity. But I think I know that a lot of my colleagues are also interested in speaking to not only our school but also in the opportunities which we occasionally have to speak to decision makers and education boards and so on, to try and make it clear to them that this was one of the advantages of the Corona period, and that we should not forget that. But of course, the problem in a country with a population of 80 million is that school time is at a premium, and schools are very large, and it is financially extremely difficult to split classes up into smaller classes. We would basically have to have 2 schools and twice the teachers.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions or comments from you? Maybe to each other in the panel? No, not really. Helga?
No, I think Janja should go first, and then I go.
Okay. Thank you, Helga. When we talked before that you can, let's say, when you have online lessons and materials like that, you cannot go deep into deep learning, right? So that's something what is a challenge for me, for my, it's thought-provoking, because now we just had to survive, and let's say we're teaching basically on a shallow level. How can we in the future, if it happens again, let's say if we repeatedly go back to online learning, how can we promote more to going into the depths of knowledge?
Good. Perhaps Laura would like to say something about that. I could say something about that, but
you go, Murdo.
Okay, right. Thanks, Laura. Yes, I think this is something that we really have to bear in mind, is that this could happen again. And in our globalized world, we know that we all know we have learned during this Corona pandemic that pandemics like this have become easier. So I think this was mentioned by several people yesterday, and also by Satu in Finland, that one of the things that we did learn during the Corona pandemic was what online teaching actually works for and what it doesn't work for. I think I mentioned yesterday that an actual video-based teaching session using Zoom or whatever tends to become very teacher-centered, because the teacher is under pressure to run the classroom in this online format where communication is not as spontaneous as it would be in a physical classroom. So I think the idea of having more investigative tasks which you introduce during an online class, and then let the kids get on with it, and then I think that can work, and then meet back later in an online format if necessary. Or even what would be perfect is you introduce the topic online using Zoom or whatever. Let them get on with it on their own, either using collaborative tools or actually meeting in reality, and then meet back in a physical classroom in order to present and discuss the results. So that combination of kind of online and then collaboration and then going back to the classroom would be very nice.
Laura, a final comment?
No, I'd actually be interested to hear from Janja, given that you're in the classroom throughout this period as well. What sort of things have worked for you with this going deep?
Yeah, or let's say did some changes in the organization of school life, so that those teachers who are not who did not have so much direct teaching with because they were online, they helped those who needed help and who wanted a bit more. So those students, let's say, got a phone call from teachers every day, and teachers had some part of the day when they were online, and students were able to contact them, either if they were alone at home or if they needed to have a word to discuss some topic or just have a chat, and so on. So everyone was active, but children were able to take what they needed. Either it was just something to fix their loneliness because they knew the teacher is there if parents are not in home, or they were able to have a discussion with the teacher of history about Alexander the Great. So we tried to adapt and offer them possibilities and opportunities to get what they want, and to promote and help them learn more and get what they needed.
Thank you, all of you. It is 3:30, and I guess Helga, we have to round up, right?
Yeah, I think we'll have to. But I mean, I think there are so many interesting issues and topics we sort of came across today. And for example, that question of stress, one of your first slides, Laura, about, head teachers having more stress, and Janja can probably really sort of confirm that during these periods. And I'm wondering whether, whether we have developed enough sort of tools to lighten that stress. And also, actually, a question would be for another conference probably, how we are actually teaching teachers and students to sort of which methods, how do we learn now? I mean, it's not only teaching or what we are producing, it's also the way we are learning. And in language education, we've long had sort of skills training, and we have you know, we have the SDGs and everything, but I think this new situation is not something that everybody can adapt to very easily, and that's probably some work that needs to be done. But maybe that's a topic for another conference, maybe not as long, but or we can maybe meet again in a year's time in person and discuss what's happened in the last year. Yes. I mean, you're open to sort of say something like, "Oh, Morten has sort of disappeared. It's just Claes on the on the screen now."
There he is.
Maybe you would like to add something, and Claes, you would like to wrap up.
If I can have a single word that I think we missed in the last part, that the collaborative, or the teachers' collaboration, I found that was the most successful part of the past 2 years, that the teachers, at least at the schools I know of, really formed collaborative learning spaces, and that helped a lot. So improving that and getting more knowledge about that would be great.
Thank you, Morten. Not that much more from me. I'm more clever than I was yesterday. At 1 o'clock when we started, I know more, simply. I've heard good stories from speakers and from panelists, very inspiring thoughts, and I hope that that all the audience feels the same way. Thank you to the panelists, Janja, Laura, and Murdo, and Morten sitting next to me. Helga, you know a little bit about what will be visible on the EEPG website concerning presentations and so on.